Stay with me if you want it.
700 plus students are going back to school this year, powered by JPS Foundation.
We would love to thank JPS Foundation for these wonderful bags, which I love.
So in the bag, we have books. Inside there are cool design with JPS on it.
We hit the road and donated back to school supplies to students across the island. Some special students got our JPS banner bag, produced in partnership with Fresh Air.
JPS Foundation, we extend our gratitude to you for extending to our children bags, books, and all that you have brought so that you can assist them in their academic development.
I just want to say a big thank you to the JPS Foundation for what they have been doing throughout this island.
The JPS Foundation wishes all our students all the best for this school year.
Thank you, JPS Foundation.
700 plus students are going back to school this year, powered by JPS Foundation.
We would love to thank JPS Foundation for these wonderful bags, which I love.
So in the bag, we have books. Inside there are cool design with JPS on it.
We hit the road and donated back to school supplies to students across the island. Some special students got our JPS banner bag, produced in partnership with Fresh Air.
JPS Foundation, we extend our gratitude to you for extending to our children bags, books, and all that you have brought so that you can assist them in their academic development.
I just want to say a big thank you to the JPS Foundation for what they have been doing throughout this island.
The JPS Foundation wishes all our students all the best for this school year.
Thank you, JPS Foundation.
700 plus students are going back
JPS Foundation, in partnership with the USAID, FHI 360, and the Planning Institute of Jamaica, PIOJ, offered training to young men and women from vulnerable communities through a program dubbed Fresh Start Jamaica. The program aimed to make a qualitative difference in the lives of youth from vulnerable communities of Montpelier and Granville in St. James, and Quarryhill and Clifton in St. Catherine, by improving their marketability. Today, we celebrate the journey with our trainees. The JPS Foundation, JPS Community Renewal, and the JPS leadership congratulates the trainees on the completion of your training and wish for you all the success as you increase your competencies by being employable and by further contributing to improving your lives and the wider Jamaica.
We were established on the principle that we would not become another implementing entity, but that we would bring entities together to occupy these spaces and implement programs that would actually redound to the benefit of people in these community spaces. And I'm happy to say that 9 different partners came together here, which represents what we are standing for. One hand wash the other.
It truly feels like, what do they say? It takes a village, right? It truly feels it's a village and it's a family coming together to support youth. And you, my dear participants, when I see you looking so sharp and bright, big up and enough respect. None of this would have been possible without a wonderful team from JPS Foundation and from local partner development. I am very, very hopeful with seeing what this program has done. I'm very hopeful that Jamaica is really ready to fresh start.
And we at JPS, we believe in assets, hard assets, with an engineering tradition, but also in people. We also take very seriously our role as a facilitator of national development. We believe in human beings. Our passion for education and training goes beyond the JPS employees, and you are the evidence of that.
The future is bright for you young people. Too often we get bogged down in life's vagaries. Too often we wonder, it now work for me, or a sort of thing said. But guess what? You have the opportunity to create how the thing set.
I'm tired of people thinking that every ghetto youth want to go chop. I want to go join a gang. I want to go jam people for them things. Most youth just want a slight little bit of opportunity. If you want to reduce the level of crime and violence in the society, you focus on empowering young men. The more
Hello, hello, hello. I'm gonna do that again. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you. You understand what's up. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you are. You are ladies and gentlemen. Young ladies and young gentlemen, you are in the right place at the right time, never mind who playing what. I'm actually very happy to see you. When I heard Brazil was playing, I was like, oh, God. But you are here. It doesn't mean that you're not fans, or does it? You're fans. I see somebody praying. Yeah, pray. Don't worry about it. It's going to be okay. Although, can I tell you, it doesn't look like the season for the favorites. After Saudi Arabia beat Argentina, I was like, what? I didn't even know the Saudis played football. Come on now. Okay, this is streaming. I shouldn't say that. I knew they played football. I'm just saying, but. And then Japan beat Germany. What is going on? And then Stats beat KC. So, yeah, don't worry if you missed the Brazil match. You're probably not missing anything. All righty, welcome everybody to the second annual JPS Foundation Youth Forum under the theme, Engineering the Future, Reigniting the Nation through Science, Technology, and Innovation. Don't worry if you're not an engineering student or a science student or a math student. There's something here for everybody today. And yes, man, you can share. And we're very, very glad to have you. Very special welcome to the program participants. Our president and CEO of JPS, Michel Gantois. You're going to get to meet him later. And the JPS Foundation Deputy Chairman, Mr. Ramsey MacDonald. Whoop, whoop. Welcome to our partners in empowerment. I just made that up. Our partners in empowerment, Wicon, Huawei, Fosrich, and Barita Foundation. Welcome to all our teachers in the midst. Teacher, put up your hand, let me see you. Trust me, you have the patience of Job, times 10. Bless you. And to the Energy Clubites in our midst. That sounds like everybody is an Energy Clubite. Is there a non-Energy Clubite? Don't be ashamed. Don't be ashamed. You can become an Energy Clubite today or some other day. And I saved the best for last. Our guest speaker for today, Adrian Dunkley, CEO of StarApple. That's a gentleman right here in the tracksuit. Yeah. Oh, I needed to tell you also, they're going to kill me after this. We have with us the most knowledgeable panelists ever who are going to be discussing some very high and important matters. And I'm going to ask them to just wave when I call their names. Keon Webley, Power System Engineer at JPS. Keon, where you day? Not here as yet? All righty. Kevin Henry, Senior Engineer at Arel. Cavell Hilton, Science Educator and Entrepreneur. There she is, folks. And Kerry Moore O'Connor, General Manager at West Indies Home Contractors. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about our panelists later on, and you're going to see why they are eminently qualified to tell you anything, right? I see the eyebrows like, oh, what kind of setup that? But first, we are gonna meet the bosses. Don't you want to meet the bosses? No, you have to sound like you want to meet them, or else I make you meet them. You want to meet the bosses? All right. So I'm going to invite up here on stage President and CEO Michelle Gantois and Deputy Chairman of the JPS Foundation, Ramsey MacDonald. Now, I know that y'all are so used to like speeches when you come to these forums. It's like, and now we'll have a speech, and now we'll have. We're not doing that because we're not normal. We don't ordinary like that. Normal, no, Audrey, don't. Forgive me, I shouldn't have. We're not normal, so you wanna sit, you wanna stand, you're comfortable? All right, I'm comfortable. Okay, so first we're gonna have them share gems from their life. You know, believe it or not, they were your age once upon a time, yeah? And so there are things, I don't mean it in a bad way, I mean it in a very good way, right? So they're gonna share some stuff that has impacted their life from back when at this age and even going forward. And then we're gonna hear a little bit about how they see the company and the foundation in terms of the theme. So first up, Michelle. Oh, listen, you need to listen carefully because when they're finished, I want you to ask them a few questions. We don't have a lot of time for this segment, but think about what they're saying and say to yourself, but Olande, but me not like, no. Now is the chance. Usually when you have these speeches, you don't get to ask the people anything. They just make a speech, and you just clap them, and then the next person, where you're going to get a chance today, ask your questions, okay? Wonderful. So, Michelle, could you please share with us 3 vital lessons that you learned on your career path that have served you well?
Yeah, I have a couple of hours. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, very short, and in the form of, even though it's talk to bosses, mean the bosses, we have to be careful that we don't pretend. We can, of course, impart some sort of universal truth, especially across generations. Mm-hmm. But more, I think, in the form of, here is what I've done, worked more or less for me, sometimes less than more, but I'll tell you and then you do what you want with it. Obviously, you'll forge your own path, but here it is from my side. As you can feel, be humble. One of the lessons I learned from the beginnings is the application of, or the general demeanor of having humility when you approach a lot of different events in your life. Allows you to be open, to learn, to listen, as opposed to immediately sort of barking and pretend that you have all the answers. So tremendous lessons for me that, believe it or not, we apply JPS, and I tell my team, especially when we approach customers, and you all customers, is let's approach customers with humility. So we learn, we listen, we sometimes bashed for things we do, but at least we learn to do better. Be humble is the first lesson. A second one is be curious. As a sort of complementary to be humble, being curious allows you to explore fields that are not your natural field of experience or where you feel the most comfortable, but it allows you to go at the edge of your knowledge and sometimes beyond. It makes you uncomfortable because you go in fields that you don't master, but then you learn a tremendous amount about what interests other people, what makes them tick, what makes them a tremendous human beings you want to interact with. And you put all that corpus of knowledge and you become not just a better whatever employee or entrepreneur or engineer, but also, I think, a better person. So be curious, keep learning, push yourself into different domains. And the third lesson is, how would I say, take ownership, take responsibility. We see a lot of people who feel like they are a victim of circumstances, country, politicians, companies. The world is moved by people who get up in the morning and do things differently and take the lead. Not necessarily the lead, of course, of a large corporation, but it can be the lead in a youth movement, in an NGOs, in an associations, is just being there, presence, take initiatives, take responsibility, take accountability, and move the needles, because the world that we'll live in as I get older and older will depend on your success, not mine anymore. So I need you, we need you as older people to take initiatives and to make the world of tomorrow better than we left it for you, so we can benefit from your incredible initiative and sense of responsibility. So be humble, be curious, and take ownership. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So Ramsey, you now are going to give us 3 bits of advice that you would have given your 17-year-old self. Anybody in here 17? Aha, listen carefully. 3 bits of advice that you would have given your 17-year-old self.
So haven't moved on just 10 years from that 17 years. It's not too difficult, is it? I'm trying to remember 17. As a matter of fact, I remember when I was 17, that was the year of one of the World Cups. So just like now, where we're all keep enjoying the World Cup and excited, it was a World Cup year for me. And I also had what's known as CSEC now, exams to prepare for. So you know how that go. You know, you're going to try and study, but you want to know what happened with the football at the same time. How many are checking out the football right now? What's the latest score? Still 0-0? All right. So look like Brazil not going anywhere at all. But the truth is, at 17, I had a lot of ideas on what I wanted to do. And most of them involved playing around, playing football, and relaxing and taking it easy. But if I could rewind the clock and talk about what I'd really wanted to do at 17, or what advice I'd give at 17, first and foremost, entrepreneurship. In my days, you had to be lawyer, doctor, Indian chief, right? Nobody talked about entrepreneurship. In my days, we didn't even know what that was. And entrepreneurship is simply taking charge of your destiny. Dreaming to be a business leader, someone who has an idea and takes it up and run with it, and seeks ways of financing it, and that's important. Too often, we get caught up in the corporate appearance, and it has its purpose, but at the end of the day, if you can have that independence, which leads to more financially independent, that's a good thing. So that's one of the key things I tell you about focusing on entrepreneurship. Another key thing is listen. You hearing me? What I said?
Listen.
Listen. You know, in this day and age when we have all the technology, some of you think, well, I'm not smarter than my parents anyhow. They don't know anything, right? I know how to work this wonderful gadget, and hey, I'm in charge now. I'll tell my parents what to do because they haven't got a clue. But at the end of the day, technology has its part and its place. But spend time listening to your parents and the experiences that they've gone through. You're not so much listening for technological advancement. What you're listening for is life experience. So all of you who think you know it all, listen, think about it. The other thing you want to also do is dream big. I remember some youngsters came to me some years back and they said, we're going to be YouTubers. And I'm like, you what? What at? Right? And they said, yes, put content on the internet. And I'm like, what do you mean by put content on the internet? That make any sense? But how many of you do that right now? Yes. And via TikTok and other things, you put content on the internet because what? In effect, you're dreaming to create your own show. And that's a big thing now. People actually get paid to do that. So keep in mind the opportunities that are out there to you. And for me, those are the things I wish someone had told me back then as opposed to the lawyer, doctor, Indian chief. Because maybe life would be a lot different. But the key thing is that as long as we can share that information with you, let you know that There are opportunities in a wide range of jobs out there and business opportunities. Don't limit your scope, because none of us know what the future really looks like, right? It's constantly evolving day out, day in, and it's evolving rapidly. So today, you have this latest idea, and if you don't move quickly, someone else is going to move on with it, and you'll be looking on and saying, so you mean they pay him money to do that? But I used to do that all the time. So grab it with both hands. And remember, education is the key to your success. So while you're here in school, learn as much as you can and have fun while doing it. Thank you.
All right. All right, you're hearing some solid advice, people? Okay. I like how you answered. Yes, miss. Okay, so now I'm going to ask you some business-related questions, and then you guys, it's your opportunity to ask them. So, Michelle, please share with us how you see JPS operating with regards to the Youth Forum's theme, Engineering the Future, Reigniting a Nation Through Science, Technology, and Innovation.
Wow. So, so interestingly, we have, of course, embarked in the last few months, the last few years, in changing JPS. Indeed, when you think JPS, sometimes we think of JPS as a company that sort of that has a very noble past, noble tradition of bringing electricity to Jamaica, but stuck a little bit in the past, in the old ways. And what we've been working as a team, all 1,500 family members at JPS, is to position the company for the future. There's a lot of work that we are doing now. Some of it is not always visible, of course, to customers because we have to work sometime behind the scene. But we're working, for example, on looking at and developing renewable. Renewable, both solar, wind, large scale, smaller scales, the kind of solar panels and batteries that you can put on the roofs of buildings. So we're definitely looking at renewable. We're looking at electric vehicle, what we call ecosystem, so the electric vehicle charging stations, training some young men and women a bit older than you to become eventually, technicians and people with businesses that revolve around electric vehicles or the batteries or the charging stations. So we're definitely doing or share through the foundations there to position ourselves in the future of mobility. So looking very much at having a future that is cleaner and frankly more exciting. We're also inside the company developing, and that's less visible to some of you, but a lot more digital tools. We're definitely modernizing dramatically the way we do business. Sometimes internally, and there's a lot of systems that are not always visible, but some of them are, like the mobile app that hopefully you guys are using to either see your consumption, or maybe your parents, see your consumption of electricity, manage your budgets, see if there's an outage somewhere. It's a tool that we developed very recently, and we keep sort of upgrading it. So those are some of examples of innovation and look at the future that we're bringing within JPS. But I want to just finish on one thing. We're talking a lot about fancy tools and hardware, electric vehicles, solar panels. We're talking about, IT and digital tools. I think sometimes more important, and to your initial remark, that it's not just about the world of engineers, even though it's very noble, engineers, science majors, math majors. I think there's definitely a room for people with from any or every walk of life. People who have studied anthropology, psychology, history. Why? Because one of the lessons I've learned when I look at the company and position it for the future, for future of innovation, one of the biggest obstacles are not the tools. They are the human processes, the human factors around the tools. So when we look at developing electric vehicles, renewables, or we introduce a lot of new digital tools, including the mobile app, the problem is the adoption by people, the resistance by people, sometimes outside, sometimes inside the company, and hopefully the enthusiasm of some other people. So the biggest issue is when you look at the culture aspect, the adoptions, the right tone you have so that people sort of jump into that brave new world with you. So I think that's sort of the way we're looking at that. Some great directions, both on systems, both on toys, both on hardware, but also the software we had in our brain and our heart to adapt and to adopt those new technologies for innovation for the future.
All right, thank you very much. And the last question goes to you, Ramsey. How do you see the JPS Foundation's role in empowering human resources and in particular, young people in Jamaica?
So in a nutshell, you're asking, what does the JPS Foundation do? So the JPS Foundation, we're here about education, we're here about empowering the youth, and we're here about the environment. And we try to keep it as simple as possible. So that's education, empowering the youth, and the environment. And it's simple for us. You here, young people, are the future. And it's our role as a company, as a foundation, to ensure that you're given the best opportunity and the best start possible. So through the JPS Foundation, many of you here today are part of the energy clubs, and we want to keep that going. So hopefully, you're going to drive that membership up in the energy clubs. And the energy clubs are not just for those who are interested in engineering and power systems. The energy clubs are there to give you an opportunity to network and to get more involved in the school life. Also, for us, we are sponsors of the CSEC electrical examinations. How many of you here are doing the electrical examinations? Anyone in the room going to be doing it for CSEC? Oh, that's oh, there you go. 1, 2. Okay, some of you have done it already. Okay, 3, great. And we've been sponsoring that for over a number of years, over 7 years. We've been sponsoring examinations. And we want to continue to encourage the teachers to get everyone signed up to do that. Because again, that's a very useful tool. As I talked about earlier on, developing some level of independence in your way going forward. Other key thing for us is developing the youth. And as Michelle spoke earlier on, in terms of training, we've done a number of events, a number of training courses with young people, giving them the additional skills. Just recently, we had some young people trained up in electrical, technical work, vegetation control, and also the renewables through solar systems. And so the whole idea is we want to continue giving you an opportunity. Also, one of the key things for you is that we also offer scholarships. And we've been doing this over the last 3 years in terms of scholarships to go to university, pursue mainly engineering, but we're also always looking at other avenues as the program grows and grows. And then when you talk about the environment, how many of us think we have a responsibility to look after the environment? And what are some of the things that aren't going right now with the environment? Yeah, global warming, but pollution, right. And what does that pollution begin to look like around us? Smog. The garbage. How many of us recycle plastic bottles? Well, that's good. Excellent, excellent. Because the plastic has been a big problem for us here in Jamaica. When you look at our gullies and see what's happening, right? And since we've had the ban on it, plastic bags, they're still out there. And so we have a responsibility to ensure that we look after the environment. Because when I've gone on, you'll all still be around, and you need to ensure that you have a beautiful environment to enjoy and that your children will enjoy. So through the JPS Foundation, we're spending time doing a lot of those activities. And so we need your support, not so much in cash and so on, but more in your support in being present in the various initiatives, various activities, and also play your part in your local communities as you go forward. So just want you to know that the JPS Foundation looks forward to continuing to work with each and every one of you and to give you an opportunity to do well in the future. Thanks.
All righty. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's your turn. What do you want to know? What question do you have? What burning question? Ask it this way. I say everybody, no, ask it this way. Is that a hand? Or you're scratching your, sorry.
Go ahead and make sure you ask the big man. He's here.
Yeah, Ramsey, like, make sure.
Yeah, make sure. Don't miss out.
Yes, sir.
I'm interested in the scholarship program, like probably even changing my course to energy engineering. Yeah. So could you please elaborate more on that the scholarship program?
Oh, sorry. I think they want a mic. You want him mic'd? Oh, you want him to?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna pass you the mic.
So he's asking us about the JPS
Because
Foundation
it's
scholarship program,
streamed,
which
so
we
I
now
capture
currently run for those who are majoring in engineering or who have a desire to major in engineering. So that's a program that we've been running for a number of years. It starts initially with those who have taken the electrical examination, the CSEC electrical examination, because that's one of the requirements. And then we look at basically evaluate through a panel of persons looking at your grades and some of the comments that you make on your application in order to determine your suitability for the scholarship program. But that's something that we can also share with you in your Energy Club, right?
Yes.
Yeah. We'll make sure we can share more information with you in the Energy Club.
Also, employment at JPS. What are requirements necessary in order to be employed at your foundation?
Well, I think you probably mean the wider JPS. And in the wider JPS, we have a number of job opportunities, a number of disciplines within the organization. So even though it's a utility power company, engineering is not the only thing that we do here. As a matter of fact, you're looking at two persons up here who aren't engineers, right? So that tells you that there's a room for many other. And I saw that, but the engineer is still in the house. Well, she was right here. So there she is, right back there. So Keon Webley is there, and so she's the engineer. So it speaks to the diversity within this organization in terms of what we need to do. So again, it would be, what I'd suggest you could do is you could go on the JPS website, take a look at some of the things that we're involved in. That will give you an idea of all the opportunities that exist. I mean, your moderator this morning or this afternoon, she's with JPS. She's no engineer either. But
engineer.
No engineer, but there are opportunities right across the board.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I see. Thank you so much for that, young man. I see a question right here.
Good afternoon again,
Good
everyone. I'm
Hi.
Rishka Gibor, and I am actually a civil engineering student. So before I even go into the question, word of advice to the gentleman who said that he would have even changed his course. If you don't love it, do not do it. If you don't love it, don't do it, because it's, to me, I think it's the passion for engineering that keeps me going, because trust me, there is nothing else right now that will keep you going than the discipline and the passion that you have for it. And you see, if you don't have it, it's going to be very difficult. You might drop out, you might change your course. So if you don't love what you're doing, don't do it. Even if you think, maybe I might not make enough money, still do it. As long as you love it, money will find you, or so I've heard. I mean, I haven't experienced it for myself, but I've heard it from my parents. They say that money will find you. So just word of advice, if you don't love especially engineering, because right now, trust me, it's very hard. If you don't love it, do not do it. All right.
Yeah, man, you can clap her.
So my question to the both of you actually leads from that. What do you do to keep yourself going, to be motivated to continue? Because sometimes passion alone can't do it.
Leave you to that.
So I think my answer is a bit of an extension of what I said initially. For example, the reason I came to Jamaica to start with is because I had a conviction. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Jamaica was never in my wildest dream the place I wanted to go. Not because I don't like it, but because it's just, there were other places I worked at. But when I looked at what I could achieve, and I looked at the company, I looked at the country, I was convinced that I could make a difference. Not alone, of course, together with the team, but that I was convinced that I had complementary skills, attitude, culture, that together with the amazing reservoir of skills and energy that we have within JPS, we could do better. And I think if you don't have, to your sort of introduction to the other gentleman there, if you don't have a sense of passion for what you do, then nothing will work. And so to answer also your question about, what about employment? I mean, beyond the technical skills you will find on any job application for whatever job you want. And we have engineering job, but we also have financial, legal, and so on. One of the criteria that I personally look at when I hire people is not the experience, which often is a number of years that people have sat at the desk. It is not just the technical skills, which are important, but it's not the most important. The most important for me is the attitude. It's attitude, entirely attitude. And what I mean by attitude is the enormous hunger coupled with literally humility, accountability, people taking responsibility, leading, making mistakes, falling, dusting the dirt and then trying again. That is what I'm looking for. Not a person who just say, I'll be there, hide for 20 years, and maybe I collect a pension. Then we don't. Then the skills and the experience don't matter if you have the wrong attitude. So that's what I'm personally looking at as well, is a renewed sense of passion in everything I do. So I'm venturing into tons of different domain, personally outside of my knowledge, and also as a company, we're looking at pushing the boundaries of what we've done historically to get ourselves engaged, excited, for the benefit, frankly, of our customers and the people at large. There's nothing more rewarding for me when I visit, I was about to say the outpost of JPS, and when you go in different parishes, to have, older ladies in some of the commercial offices come with their papers and thank you for helping them, or see how our staff help them. That's enormously rewarding. You do something useful and good. Fundamentally, it's very visible in front of you.
Thank you very much.
All right. And I think I'm going to have to end the segment there. I strongly suspect we ran over time, but who noticed? Oh, I'm so sorry. No. I didn't see you, young man. Can you tell me your name so I don't have to keep saying young man and young lady? What's your name, sweetie?
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott. Yes. Oh, Mr. Scott, I'm so sorry. All right, go ahead, Mr. Scott. Anybody else after Mr. Scott? All right, so.
All right.
And I believe I know your name, Gawain. Gawain, so it's Mr. Scott, Gawain, and was that your hand or?
Okay.
Louis, and Shaw. Okay, so now I've lost track. Okay, Mr. Scott, you can go ahead.
Yes, my question, before I begin, everybody's aiming for a goal, especially JPS. So my question is, what is your goal?
What is your goal?
I'll take that one.
At the heart of what we do is keeping our customers happy. And so our goal is to ensure greater customer satisfaction so that each and every one of you can have a memorable experience with us and continue to stay on the grid with us. So that's the main goal for me.
All right.
Michelle, what is your goal, Mr. Michelle?
Well, it depends if it's personal or professional. But listen, we have that discussion often. I mean, when I took over, I come from a different world, not from a world of utility. I come from a world that is much more sort of commercial, cutthroat, and so on. But all through my professional experience, indeed, the satisfaction of the customers, everything starts with that. And so when you get that, then you work the processes and the engineering and the digital stuff to make it happen. But you have to get that goal to do two things, actually. Work for the customers, because they are the one paying your salaries and paying for your building and so on. But also, I truly believe that we have a mission at large. And few companies only look at, say, employees and customers. Most companies these days have a set of stakeholders, the communities we work in, the influence we have on families and institutions. And I think see the result of our actions positively impacting those different institutions, people, families, and customers and employees is what drives us. That's our goal, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scott. And then it was Gawain.
Greetings, everyone.
Greetings,
As mentioned before, my name is Gawain Wright. I am the Faculty of Engineering Rep, UA Mona, and I'm an electronics engineering student. All right, so I heard you brought essentially the goal of JPS Foundation in around 3 words, and one of those words were environment. You guys care about environment. So I know that New Fortress Energy supplies liquefied natural gas to SJPC down in Clarendon, and that's one of the ways in which you guys generate somewhat of a clean form of energy. Around in 2019, the amount of CO2 was about roughly 2.8 metric tons per capita in 2019. That's the amount of CO2 emissions. And as you guys might know, we are now at the 8 billion mark in terms of population. So we can just expect that this amount of CO2 emission has increased because we need more power for the society. So what I wanted to know is, do you guys have any other forms of clean energy harvesting? For example, like I'm currently working on a project in which when you walk on certain tiles, they collect that vibrational energy and convert it to electrical energy to be stored and used, right? So I wanted to know if you guys have any form of alternative energy harvesting projects working on other than using liquefied natural gas and electric vehicles.
Yeah, I mean and you can jump in anytime you want, Ramsey. It's a big question, so I'll try to give you just some pointers, and apologies because we don't have all the time, but the answer is yes and no. Yes, because we are really working on a lot of different initiatives. So, for example, I had mentioned we are working on developing new renewable assets for producing electricity, but we already have some. So we are operating now hydro plants, hydroelectric plants. It's not a huge capacity simply because the topography of the country doesn't allow, massive hydro, but it helps definitely. When we're working on electric vehicles, that's definitely with a view to reduce CO2 emissions in the future, in addition to other benefits. They are, for example, cheaper and easier to handle and cheaper to maintain. What else?
Well, of course, you got the solar powered renewables that exist. While we may not own them, they provide power to the grid.
Yeah, we also indeed installing small solar panels for commercial customers. We have started doing that, yes. And we haven't talked too much about it because we're trying to, it's still something we do for some customers. Want to make sure that's a success. We perfect the system, and then but we're already proposing it to other customers, and it's small scale, but it matters because once you have a system, you can start reproducing at scale, and then it can catch like a prairie fire. So we're doing all of this. The fact that we're running with gas, which is not the cleanest thermal source of electricity, but it's already cleaner than coal and oil that we had before. And we still need today, very unfortunately, some form of thermal generation like gas as a transition to hopefully a brighter future where we can use batteries or maybe hydrogen or others. But today, as a guarantor of the provision of electricity to your homes when you come home tonight at 6 p.m. after the sun is set, you want electricity, for your phones, for television, for your lightnings. It is not, unfortunately, provided by renewable today. But I think we're all working to make sure that in the near future, we have the capability to have more renewable. But for the moment, we need to maintain a little bit that balance of as much renewable as possible, but still have some of the slightly older technologies to keep the lights on in the evening.
All right, awesome. So, guys, I get some serious signal like we're way over time. I know I did say that. So what I'm going to ask you, who was it? Was it you, Louis, Sean, Shaw, and Louis? Okay, so do you think you can ask your question like in 30 seconds and then you'll answer like in 1 minute and then that'll be it? The fast answer. I hear you. Yes, sure. Yes, sure.
Let's go quick here.
Okay, you can go fast.
Tourism is one of Jamaica's main incomes. And as JPS is one of Jamaica's, if not, the foundation that we use to power everything in Jamaica. Pollution is something that also factors into tourism in Jamaica. So like, what programs do the JPS Foundation have like in effect in order to like help reduce the pollution of Jamaica? For example, at our school, Cornwall College, we have this program where we will be collecting plastic bottles used around the school in order to help or like set in motion to show others that we care about our environment and will be stepping forward or be putting out our foot first to help take care of our Jamaica, our country. So what programs do you, the JPS Foundation, have to help us in that?
All right, so just quickly as possible. So we're involved in tree planting programs where we try to plant as much trees as possible. We've also looked at bottle drive collections, and we've been looking at trying to keep plastic out of gullies and things of that sort. And we're also looking at how we can help to keep the mangroves free of also polluted debris and so on. So in a nutshell, that's some of the things that we have been working on and will continue to work on in the future.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that was tight. And the last one is Leighton? Louis. I got the L and the E. Go ahead, Louis.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Are there any methods in place for people who are in rural areas that can't access proper current, or people in poverty that can't afford the price to get electricity? Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so I'm not sure how familiar you are, but we have something called the Rural Electrification Program. And as a company, JPS, we will go through various communities and assist in terms of doing connections. It's a partnership usually with JSIF in terms of firstly getting your homes wired properly by licensed electricians, and then connections are done afterwards. It's still an ongoing program, it's a growing program. We recognize that many communities still struggle in terms of coming on board in terms of wiring their homes and so on. But that's a project that we at JPS have been working on for the last couple of years, and we continue to do so, partnered with JSIF, and we're looking at other stakeholders to work with us to try and make that as easy as possible for everyone.
All right.
And the prepaid metering system helps along with that.
Okay.
Thank
you. Louis. And, you know, I had said it was going to be 10 minutes, so I'm doing penance right now before we finish. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Ramsey. It was wonderful. Give them a round of applause. You just met the bosses. All right. And while they were speaking, I noticed an entirely new group came in over there, so, and them look stush and all these things. Where are you from, please? All right, CMU in the house. Woo! Welcome, welcome. And you know, I don't want to make it look like my partial, you know, so where are the rest of you from? I know we have Cornwall. And I know we have Fern Court. And I know we have UWI. And I know we have UTech. Did I leave anybody out? No? Okay. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I now invite you to welcome one of our partners. Please welcome Ms. Anna-Leah Reed. She is Programs Manager at Burita Foundation. She's here to talk about financial engineering for the future. You say money will follow you, money will find. Please let the money find all of us, miss. Tell the money where I live. I give you my address. Make the money come find me. Please welcome her.
taking my time. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want a livelier good afternoon than that, so I'll do that again. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It is wonderful to be here, right? And we want to thank JPS and JPS Foundation for such a privilege to have persons like myself here talking to you and persons like you having an opportunity to talk to the boss. And so, my topic today, I feel like it's a setup. And I didn't know it was a deliberate setup, but then I heard Audrey said that JPS is no normal place to be. And I said, JPS did not tell me that when they asked me to come here. So I actually thought I was coming to an ordinary place. But then I looked at my topic some more, financial engineering for the future. And I'm thinking, this is my year of growth. That was my year when I started this year, and JPS has taken me to task on it. So, if we were talking about stocks and bonds and mutual funds, I'll be so comfortable. But we're going to be talking a little bit more than that today. So I represent Barita Foundation, the Cornerstone Group of Companies, Cornerstone Trust and Merchant Bank, and Barita Investments. So Barita Investments is the oldest investment bank in Jamaica. We're celebrating 45 years this year. And clap for Barita. And it's truly my privilege to represent such a wonderful company. And so when we talk about investments, anybody in here invests? Adults or students? Any investors? All right. So there's actually a difference between savings and investing. And sometimes you think you're investing, but you're actually saving. And saving is money you put aside to have later on to do something, to go back for it, to do something. Investment is actually when you buy something and you're going to use that something to give you back money in return. So if you buy a taxi, it is an investment. But if you buy a car to drive to work, it is like savings. It's out of savings, right? So savings can buy something for leisure, or savings can buy something to pay you back. And that's the difference with savings and investment. Anybody in here wants to, believe that they are going to have generational wealth? Want to be wealthy? Want to be rich? Anybody hear about stocks? Hear about bonds? Hear about mutual funds? All right, awesome. Can I take this off? I'm a little bit taller than Audrey. So it's great that you've heard of all of those, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and the works. It's great that you want to be rich. It's great that you want to be a part of a wealthy group of people in the future. But guess what? When you think about engineering, what do you think about? Creating something out of nothing, creating something out of something that was there before. So engineering is about using science, it's about using technology, and it's about making something, right? Awesome. So if you have money on one hand, and you have a creative position on the other hand, when you merge them, you're supposed to have something great, right? Or you're supposed to have people that are great. And so my company, Cornerstone Group, and the Baritas, we actually believe in bright and exceptional people. We invest in people. Our CEO, Dane Bradber, has letters behind his name that I've never seen before. Then we have an executive vice president, Ramon, who has some whole heap of other letters behind his name, right, that I've never seen before. So we have bright minds at Barita, and people who have studied exceptionally well, so that when you save, there are products, there are applications, we are able to tell you how to maximize your money. Barita's tagline is making money work for you, and we actually do it. But guess what? You may not want to know exactly which stocks to buy today, because you may not have. The majority of our audience today are students who want to learn about money so that they can make money later on, right? So I'm not going to tell you about the stock markets and what stocks are there. You actually use YouTube a lot, and you can YouTube that. What I want you to think about today is when we have people like my bosses, Dane and Paul and Ramon, who have gone through so much studies to come and create opportunities, create products, create wealth for other people, and create jobs for me. When we have them come into the office and they have the mind for finances and they know how to add and calculate, then they come to a crossroads where they can use the time to calculate or they can use the time to create. And so we look at the engineers. And the engineers have given us calculators, so we don't have to count 1 and 2 anymore, right? The engineers have given us applications like Excel, Access, Word, and all these other things that we don't have to count anymore, right? Engineers are also creating applications that allows you to measure your savings to see how much more you need to save in order to become rich. Engineers are creating applications that are helping you to understand everything there is about financial management. I can't believe 7 minutes is gone already. Can I get 3 more minutes? Make it 10? I love Audrey. So, when JPS comes up with a topic that says financial engineering for the future, it's not an easy topic, because we're not talking about stocks or bonds. We're talking about taking basic financial information, putting it in applications, and manipulating technology in a way that we can take the hassle out of calculating and measuring, because there are applications and technology there to take us to the next level. We need people to do that. We need people like you to do that. We need people like you to understand our work and to be creative enough to think outside of the box. We heard about thinking outside of the box before. We heard about being humble. To be humble, you have to learn to talk to people, understand the needs that are there so you can fill the gaps, right? There are much needed work and space for your mind to let loose, to create a better future. Financial literacy is not just about money in the bank. It's about everything that you do. It's about the healthy lifestyle choices that you make. If you eat junk every day, if you eat chocolate and Pepsi and Pringles every single day, it's going to have long-term implication on your health. And that health problem becomes a problem to your finances. It nyam out all of your money. All right? When you ride bike and keep wheeling on the road, that's a tragedy towards your finances. Just the simple hobbies and habits that you have can be a threat to your finances. And so applications that come on your watch, that helps you to walk, to help you to exercise, those, without even realizing, they are aids to your financial well-being. And so just to bring it all together, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about financial well-being, we're not just talking about having dollars and cents in your pocket. We're not just talking about having a savings account, a checking account, buying bonds, repurchase agreements, and stocks. You can just walk into a bank and get that kind of information. You can save from now until you're 100 and not be rich, because you have habits and hobbies that suck the life out of your finances. financial engineering for your future means that you have to understand that every decision that you take impacts your financial health, and even your career choices can be detrimental to your health, or it can be beneficial because you can become that new financial engineer that create opportunity for the wealthy people to measure their wealth and measure their steps to know where they go from here. It is an ongoing topic. It's never ending. And I just want to talk to you as young people about your career choices, about just every single thing, about every time you go online and click, how you can be clicking towards a better future. I heard someone talk about being YouTubers and going on TikTok. Young men, young women of tomorrow, you can utilize all of that for the benefit not of only yourself. It's not just for entertainment. You can use it to better the future. You can create a larger set of wealthy people than the small amount that they are, and you could be in it because of the choices that you make. All right? Thank you so much for having me. And thank you, JPS, for this beautiful opportunity. That's taller than our for true.
Thank you so much, Analia. Yes, I mean, that's a serious word, like your habits and your hobbies. Some of us have some expensive habits, can I tell you? And it adds up real quick, unfortunately. Nobody I know, really. I'm just talking about people I know out there, not me. And so, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the guest speaker for today, the Chief Executive Officer of StarApple Analytics, Mr. Adrian Dunkley. Let me tell you about him. Yeah, man, you can start clap from now. Kind bad like that. Adrian is a technologist and decision scientist with over 12 years experience in data science and artificial intelligence across finance, travel, retail, marketing, risk management, and customer experience. He is the president of the Jamaica Technology and Digital Alliance and CEO of StarApple Analytics Limited, Jamaica's first data science and AI company. He is also the co-founder of Seed JA, a fully digital financial entity focused on financial inclusion and freedom. And he was recently accepted into the Forbes Technology Council, an invitation-only community for world-class chief information officers, chief technology officers, and technology executives. The man is not pian-pian, people. Understand it. Ultimately, Adrian's goal is to improve the global quality of life using human intelligence and artificial intelligence. You know, we just cannot wait to hear what the gentleman has to share with us today because he comes with such an exceptional background. Please make him very welcome.
I guess I'm tall too. All right. Good afternoon. It's afternoon, right? Okay. Thank you, JPS. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be here. How's everybody doing? Okay. Nobody falling asleep? Okay, perfect. All right. I'm going to be quick. I'm going to start with like some stories about where I'm from. And I'm from Jamaica, but I mean my journey specifically. And then we can get into questions. But I wanted to take a lot from this, like some amazing advice has been provided thus far. And I don't want to be a situation where you just finish, get some food, and then you just cut and don't remember anything. There's a lot of value here, okay? Okay, how many people here know what they want to be when they grow up or get older? Well, you're all ahead of me. Wonderful. It's amazing. Okay, so I'm a UA alum. I changed my major so many times I had to get special permission to change it. They tried to force graduate me because I had so many credits. It started, I wanted to be a computer scientist, then a social scientist, physicist, mathematician. I did actuarial science for a year and a half. Historian, all over the place, a lot of courses, right? Because I was confused about exactly what I wanted to do and I wanted to get out there, right? So first advice is, as has really been said already, just try different stuff, okay? You don't have to necessarily know what you really, really want to be when you grow up. We have to try different stuff. How many people have an Instagram account to talk out? Okay. All right. How many people have a LinkedIn account? People know LinkedIn? All right, that's perfect. That's almost the same thing. Even if you have no job experience, get on LinkedIn right now. Okay? It's that second advice I can give you. Because it allows you to reach out to people. When I left school, not knowing what I wanted to do, I picked up the phone book. You ever seen a phone book? Yellow Pages? And I called around to different organizations because I had no experience, no understanding what it was to work in a company before. Okay? To ask people, you have to wear a tie every day, or can I wear like a jacket with a tie? Some very basic questions, right? So I learned from it, trust me. This is just me enjoying my freedom with a tracksuit. I recommend tracksuits, very comfortable. All right, so I wanted to be an astrophysicist. That was pretty much the goal. Great. Why? Because I like solving problems, right? I like the stars. I like maths pretty much. Wasn't very good at maths in school. But you don't have to be very good at maths to create as much value as possible from that. Okay? How many people are going to do engineering, right? Okay. And you know what type of engineering, right? You want to do? Okay, so engineering isn't just you build bridges. There's financial engineering. There's computer engineering, data engineering. There's social engineering as well, which all of you are being manipulated by right now when you go online. We won't get into that. But engineering is about problem solving. And as been said, building something, okay? And I'm going to focus on you engineering your futures right now. So think about a problem, okay? You want to make money to provide for yourself, right? You want to be as rich as possible, right? Financial literacy, very important, right? But kind of start with the end goal and work your way back. So the first thing is you need to get yourself out there as much as possible. I should be seeing all of you going after all of the JPS Foundation and JPS heads right now, saying, hey, give us some experience, give us some, where can I go for this and that, okay? You should be taking advantage of this opportunity right now, because you're probably not going to be able to run them down if you see them driving by on the road, okay? Next thing is don't worry if you don't know what you're doing. I don't know what I'm doing either, okay? It's fine if you don't know what you're doing, but still try and make a plan out of what you think you should be doing, okay? Good so far? All right, so LinkedIn, try some courses, and they're free. So everything in my brain right now is based on experience, but the knowledge is freely available. You're all in school, you know those teachers that annoy you about homework? Annoy them about some stuff. Annoy them about, oh, how do I do this, how do I do that? Your teachers are there to reduce the time it takes to get to your success point, okay? So I'm still in school, I did my PhD, couple degrees, I still do certification, I do all this stuff, and it's not to be intelligent or to be smart, it's because when I did that degree, I'm getting 10 years of experience in a year or 2 years, okay? So that's really what you should be doing with your teachers. Ask them some very hard questions outside of your curriculum, if you need to, and ask a lot of why. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing that? So I'm in decision science, which is people pay me pretty much to tell them what's the best thing to do, and it pays very well. I'll just say that, okay? But you have to apply that to how you live as well. Your personal decisions are the most important decisions in your life, because they're going to affect you and they're going to affect your family, all right? So start a company. So I have a few companies with some friends of mine and colleagues. The first one I started like 10, 15 years ago. It failed horribly, but we learned a lot. I was able to take those skills and apply them to other areas. Apply for internships, okay, as much as possible. Paid if preferred, but sometimes if you get a really, really good, if Steve Jobs came to you right now, I know he's not alive, but if he came to you right now and said, hey, you want that internship, would you then heckle him on the price at that point. You put that on your resume, you get a job anywhere in the world. Okay? So try and seek out opportunities. Don't expect them to come to you. That's really important. Don't expect anybody to come to you and say, wow, you're the savior of the world or the universe or whatever it is. We've been waiting for you. No, it doesn't work that way. You need to go out and make people know how special you are. Okay? Because all of you, you're doing degrees, you're doing certification, you're doing all this stuff. But if people don't see you, if they don't understand who you are and your capabilities, they're never going to hire you. Right? So you need to make yourself seen and heard as much as possible. Okay? Make sense? Right. Okay. So, finished UA after changing my degree so many times. Couldn't find a job for a year. Sent out almost 100 resumes. Went on interviews. Feedback I was getting was, hey, you should be a high school teacher. We don't really want to hire you. You should probably teach high school. There's nothing wrong with teaching high school. It just wasn't for me. Okay? So I said, okay, what am I going to do? So I said, all right, I need to find people who've been through this. I need to find people with experience. So I hounded people. I literally hounded them. Like banking, finance professionals, insurance professionals, teachers, lecturers. What do I need to do to get a job? Where do I need to go? I took pointers, wrote them down. Okay, so these are the checklists and stuff. Eventually got a job. Wasn't the best job, but I got a great level of experience with that. And something very important that has been noted is it's not just about your technical expertise, it's about how you deal with people as well. So you need to respect people as much as you respect yourself. If somebody disrespects you, that's a different thing. You still need to be relatively respectful at that point. Don't slap people in the offices, okay? Don't do that. But make sure that you are, remember, you're in a space when you're working with people, right? So you need to respect their space and you need to respect your space. And to be frank, if you want somebody that's going to find a job and they're more qualified than you, but they're a douchebag, you're probably going to get a job. Okay? Because you need to be able to work with people. If people can't work with you, if they don't like you, they're not going to work with you. Because no one human being builds anything for themselves. So if you're a horrible person or annoying to work with, people are not going to work with you. Not to say you have to change yourself, but if people can put you on a team, they're more likely to reach out to you. Next thing is, I would say in terms of my opportunities, 50% have been because of following the straight traditional approach, and the other 50% is showing up to a place randomly. For instance, I was pitching a company a couple of weeks ago in Miami, huge meeting. I dressed up as a Jedi with a lightsaber for the meeting, right? I thought it was funny. Anyway, that went pretty well. We got a good deal from that, right? But that was showing my personality, right? So be respectful, but don't really change who you are as a person. I would say that. Put your personal spin on things so people remember you. All right, so that's pretty much all of my recommendations. I don't run out of time, so I don't want to go over. But LinkedIn, reach out, bother people respectfully. Try different things, try different courses. Google has a lot of free courses that you can do. I would like to give you homework right now. Anybody who doesn't have an account on LinkedIn, create one next week. Do a course in data analytics or AI. Like next week, spend 2 weeks, 3 weeks on it, something for your resume. Do your CV right now, all right? If you're not applying for jobs, do your resume right now. Don't wait till jobs like next year and everybody's jumping on it. Start your resume right now. Anybody having experience, job experience? Everybody in here has job experience because you're a human being and you live on Earth, okay? You just don't think it's job experience, okay? So look at stuff that you've done in school. Look at the projects. You're not just learning this stuff. You're not learning algebra or calculus just because. That stuff is running the world right now. Where do you think planes are flying? Calculus, maths. Look at projects you've done and then put those on your resume and then ask somebody to vet it, okay? Reach out to people for opportunities. Don't wait on anybody to come to you. And even if you're not sure what you want to do with your life, just have a path, okay? And then ask people to fill in the path for you. All right, great. So does anybody have any questions? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, question. Okay, so I can give you the fancy definition and then pretty much the easy one. So it's an interdisciplinary field. It's across mathematics, science, engineering, robotics, and you're pretty much trying to create an artificial life form, a computer program or a robot that can take in information and make a decision. Okay? So there are different levels of AI. There's like really stupid AI. You talk to it and it talks back, very generic, and then you have really cool ones that can dance and run around and create art, for instance, right? Yeah. Oh, after that guy.
Afternoon, everybody. I actually have two questions.
Sure, sure.
What made you decide that computing and technology is the field for you?
I didn't actually decide that. Kind of just fell into it because at this point, it doesn't matter what field you're working in our company, you're going to have to deal with computer science. Either at a low level with a program or you have to code in Python or C++. So it was a tool, a means to an ends to do the things that I needed to do.
Okay, and the next question is, what advice do you have to someone who is pursuing a major in the field of cybersecurity?
Find a cybersecurity firm as soon as possible and try and get an internship from them.
Okay.
It's still a burgeoning field. It's one of the most fast-paced fields you can get into as well because you're combating with like teams of hackers that governments are sponsoring, right? So every single day there's like a new threat. So there's no way you can feasibly keep up with all of that. So don't. Find experienced people at a company and learn the basics really well. And then when you get in the job now, you can worry about innovating and creating the best antivirus software ever.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Your last project that you said ended in a failure, but could you kind of like elaborate more on it or like the topic AI?
Sure. So 2012 or so, 12, 13. Everybody know Bitcoin, blockchain, all that stuff? So me and my friends got together like, hey, we found out about this thing called blockchain and Bitcoin 2012. We said, hey, let's build something out of it. So we were pretty much building an app where you could use blockchain to secure your personal information. And then if needed, you could transfer it securely to other people. And pretty much, we didn't know what we were doing, obviously, right? We're just kind of creating our company. We learned a lot of things from failures. The main reason it failed was, at that point, it was a great idea, but why? You get me? If you're creating something for somebody, you need to be able to tell them why they need it. If you can't do that, they're not going to buy into it. So it's something big now, obviously. There are huge companies that are developing it, but at that point, we couldn't really answer the why. It was just kind of like a cool project. But that's the transition between an idea and then a company. You can have a great idea and build the coolest thing ever. The company side now is other people need to embrace it and understand the why they need to use this. Okay? So start a company right now. You can do it right now. Get your parents' assistants signing up. It takes less than a month to do it. Worst case, it fails. You can put CEO on your CV immediately like that. You don't have to go through 30 years of work or anything like that. So, yeah. Anybody else?
Yes.
Yeah.
My question is, when you failed, what was your mindset at that time? What were you feeling at that time?
It was basically that. I was very frustrated. So we put a year of our lives into it. Late nights working, hustling, all that stuff. So it sucked. But sometimes you have to walk away. They said don't fall in love with the ideas. Sometimes if something fails, you're not the failure, you know. Sometimes the approach or the idea is a failure. Do not be afraid to fail. Like I said, I sent up 100 resumes, got like 2 responses back, okay? And when I finally got my break, low-level job, within 5 years, I was a vice president of a publicly traded company. And that's because I got used to people saying no, and I didn't care. I just moved on and said, thank you very much, moving to the next thing, all right? So don't be afraid of failure. Apply for a job, even if you don't think you qualify for the job, if it looks like something you want to do. Worst case, they create a position for you. Or you report to the person that gets the job. Yep.
And I have another question.
Sure.
If what you're doing, you're going smoothly, everything is going all right and perfect and all, what do you think it's wrong that is going too perfect?
Oh, that's like a psychological thing. Yeah, there's a name for it. I can't remember it right now. Yeah, so it's kind of this weird. I think it might be like back to the days where we're in the bush and stuff, and you just walk and everything's normal, but they're expecting like a tiger to jump out at you. Also in risk management, so that's something that I have to look out for. I've been trained to look out for. You always put buffers in place, right? So if you're investing in a weird thing, no, get an expert to review your investments, like Barito, right? To support on that. If you just plug in 2 wires together and you're not too sure what you're doing, get an electrical engineer's expertise or call JPS and say, does this make sense? Something smells weird, right? Yeah. Yeah. All right. You're right.
Okay. Do you think that... Sorry about that. Okay.
No problem.
Do you think that AI may get too advanced to the point where it might take a turn for the worse?
It's already there, but it's not the AI, it's the human beings. That's the problem. Humans are pretty good for the most part, but you have a lot of bad people around there. Russia, for instance. Well, Russian president, whatever his name. Putin. Right, that douche. So AI is just a tool like anything else. So you can take a pencil and write down the cure for cancer or stab somebody with it. It depends on how you use the tool. So it's very important not to just say, oh, AI is going to take over the world or whatever. No, it's somebody behind the AI fueling it to take over the world. So that's why we need inclusion in the space as well. We need more AI developers and engineers at the table. Because all of the technology using now, Jamaicans had no say in it, right? It's a company from another country deciding how you should interact with other people. They have your data. They're telling you how you should act and react. They're manipulating you. So it's very important that you are aware of your rights at this particular point. That's why a lot of legislation is coming to play. We're not looking too dark with that stuff. But it is going to replace certain jobs, but it's going to replace jobs that we don't really want, and it's going to create a lot more jobs. Think of the railroad technicians versus car manufacturers. We have way more jobs now and more opportunities. Yeah.
Right, afternoon. Just wanted to find out your take. The Caribbean Maritime University actually offers a degree in artificial intelligence. So for example, for students who are currently pursuing that or who desire to pursue that, what advice would you give them going into such a novel field, especially as it relates to the fact that it's something very, very novel here in Jamaica?
Same thing, internship. Even though you're doing the degree down here, do courses from international entities and universities, right? So we have a internship program as well, hashtag not sponsored, where we teach people. The main thing is not, you could do an entire AI degree and then not be very useful in an AI company, right? It's really about you building those practical skills, right? We have a lot of persons in our company that don't have any degree. They didn't finish high school, but they're doing advanced level work in a lot of different areas because they've proven. Because you're doing that degree to limit the time it takes to learn and be effective. School used to be a trade thing. You go to school to be this thing, and while you're doing it, you learn to be a sculptor, you learn to build boats or whatever. By the time you finish, you already built a boat, you already built enough sculptures for a museum. So that's the approach you should be taking right now. You can't rely totally on the curriculum that you're doing. You're actually doing stuff practically so that people can hire you. Because all you heard about this weird thing where every job is asking for 3 years experience for an entry-level job. So they need 3 years experience to hire you to get from 0 years experience to 1 day's experience. Okay, so the reason for that is companies are afraid of taking a risk right now. So the best way to do that is to work on personal projects, right? To have something on your resume so that they can trust you and hire you. So don't worry about the 3 years. Don't be upset if you don't get any replies to your resume. Don't be bothered if you did the interview and you're a finalist and you didn't get the job. Just move on, right? The companies are fine, so don't waste time apply to as many jobs as possible, right? Make sure you do a cover letter. I know everybody's saying you shouldn't do a cover letter, but you need to do a cover letter. It's to your benefit. Okay, it's additional area for you to express who you are as a person and tell people why I should hire you. All right? It's old dated and blah, blah, but old doesn't mean bad. Do a cover letter. Okay? Anybody else? Yeah.
Good day, everyone.
Hello.
All right, so quick question. We all here can totally agree that working is hard, right? Much less running a company. Sometimes problems or difficulties may arise. So I'm asking, what is the most stressful part about working for your company?
Getting up in the morning. Yeah, up to now, I am not a morning person. I figured at some point it would have changed, but yeah. So I put on 3-piece suit every day and go to work. Run, drive, like, it's like 8 o'clock, I have to get there 7:59, right? That has never changed for me. I still do not working, like working early in the morning. Fortunately, companies have been a little more flexible, so they give you like flexi time. I jumped on that immediately whenever any company allowed it. Yeah, so that's the first thing for me personally. But I'd say other than that, you find a lot of times, I don't know if it's going to be a politically correct answer, is the people. It's not even the work itself, it's the people you're working with a lot of times will stress you out. I would say confront that immediately, respectfully. Confrontation does not have to be aggressive. But if there's something in the office or somebody bothering you, I've seen some weird things. So people use your mug, I'm like, hey, you're nasty, it's my mug. Or people just blowing loud music in front of your ear while you're trying to work, that type of stuff. But just confront it. Don't like talk behind their back. Just go to them and say, hey, I don't know if you realize what you're doing right now, but kindly, if it doesn't work at that point, then you can like escalate it to the person you're reporting to. But don't be like, yo, you see that boy over there that's parking space? I'm gonna crash in them car or whatever. Don't do that. That doesn't make any sense. And the worst part is the person that is bothering you probably has no idea. And I'm living a happy life, and like all this negativity, you're just collecting it, seeing it a lot of times. So just confront people and talk to them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. Who was?
I know, but we have to be fair.
So good day, I am Ishmael Smith from Frankfurt. My question is, I must admit that your level of confidence up there.
Oh, I'll take
so
it.
I'm asking that, what kept you pushing after that year, after leaving you, right?
Yeah.
You said you did multiple courses, and you found the right one eventually, not by, just taking a chance, right? So after leaving you and you said that year, you applied for almost, you sent out almost 100 resumes and got
In
only
that
2.
year, yeah, in that year.
Yes. So what kept, what really, tell me the secret. What kept you to do it even after that? What was the drive? What was the push?
Consistency. At some point, you're going to get through, right? At some point. I've had friends who went through the same experience. They just left Jamaica, right? I'm not telling anybody to leave Jamaica, but at the same time, it's Jamaica and then the world, right? There's a lot of opportunities. And you can go and come back if you need to. If you find an opportunity outside that pays you really well, take it. We've had staff who, they're in Dubai right now, big jobs. 5 times what they'd get in Jamaica, just like that, okay? But it was really just that. It's kind of like, and I've spoken to YouTubers and influencers about this as well. A lot of the big people you see now for years and get like maybe like 1,000 views for the whole year. Just keep it consistent. So public speaking, I was so afraid of public speaking, right? How did I get over it? I haven't gotten over it. I have not. I still haven't. But I just keep doing it over and over again. And you kind of let the fear subside, right? And this is like, I'm not talking about like this. I'm talking about in a lecture, tutorial with like 5 people. And the guy says, go on the board and write something on the board. And I'm like shaking with the chalk, all right? So that's where I'm coming from. But just keep it consistent. Keep sending out. And at a certain point, you're like, whatever. Okay, another rejection. No big deal. After the first 10, it don't mean nothing. Yeah.
I have another question.
Sure.
The question is that if in some case that you have to, my question is that, do you think sometimes you should act like a hypocrite to people because some situations,
Wow.
some situations,
Okay.
if you tell the truth, something might happen to you. So I'm asking, do you think we should act sometimes? We should act like hypocrites.
I'm internalizing the question before I respond to it. Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's more diplomatic. I would say be respectful and honest. The only person I would lie to make them feel better is my mother. Oh, it's her birthday yesterday. Yeah, shout out to mom. But if she's like, oh, this look good on me, yeah, okay, yeah. Even if it don't look good. But from a workplace standard, you're actually hurting. Remember, you're not being employed by the person you're probably hypocriting. I don't know what the English term is. You're being employed by the company. So if somebody's doing something stupid or irrational or something that you don't understand, you need to approach it. It's pretty much you should in a company, because trust me, there are many companies where billions of dollars have been lost because one dude's like, oh, this is an amazing idea, and then everybody was afraid to say something to him, right? Blockbuster, for instance. Blockbuster was the biggest thing, right? I went to a couple of Blockbusters myself, right? And then where's Blockbuster now? There are a TV show on Netflix that took them over, which is hilarious, right? So, and don't make it, just ask some questions. If you ask like a few questions, they may be able to reach that point. I don't know if you're talking generally like, that's a loaded question, man. You put me on the spot. But no, you should not be a hypocrite. Anybody else? Yep.
Okay, so my name is Ryan Fraser. I'm from Frankfurt High School.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask the question because I always hear around the town that when you're doing maths, solving for x, finding x, how that applies to you practically in your job. So, yeah, everybody have the same question. You know?
Okay, all right.
So, I hope you're making this speech saying that you have pursued many degrees, you have many degrees, pursued many courses. So I'm asking you, how all these information you assimilated, how do you apply them practically in your job? How do you use the X that you
Okay.
find?
All right. Okay. All right, so I do use it, but a lot of the experiences sometimes you shouldn't even be solving for X, right? You should be solving for Y instead, and people don't even realize that. I use it personally on a daily basis because everything I do is quantitative. So the maths I use, so I've done like high-level maths and stuff where think called topology, so you like turning a sphere into a disk and functions for that and blah, blah, blah. Which is very useful in like gaming. If anybody want a game development, it's very useful for that. But it's more, you're not necessarily using the step 1, step 2, is more the experience I get in there. So you're learning how to solve problems. You're not learning to memorize a solution. The solution isn't important for any of your degrees, to be frank. It's more how did you get to that solution and apply it. So maths, social science stuff, physics. I love physics, right? All that is problem solving. And you literally have your cushy lives right now because some crazy dude spent their entire life working on some physics problems that everyone's like, why is he doing this? Same thing for English, spoken English and written English. We have that, what we have now, because this crazy dude who people thought was like a witch or something, spent his life documenting how people spoke and letters and creating an alphabet. And well, you don't know his name. I don't know, maybe he wasted his life. Probably his family think he did, but I don't think he did. I appreciate that. But you're gonna use it. But I would say people who've done the same degrees and stuff I have, they don't, but they're in different areas. But don't concentrate too much on memorization. You're not going to school to memorize anything, right? You're not, right? I still use calculator, right? You ask me to solve 59 times 62. I don't know. I'm gonna grab a calculator, right? I'm not gonna waste my time trying to this algorithm and like that. So it's about learning to solve problems and to deal with issues and people. That's the most important thing. All right, cool. Oh. We have the names. Oh, we have the names. Any more questions?
Yes, one final question.
Okay.
Hi, my name is John
Final question.
Marcordno from the Caribbean Maritime University.
Hey, man.
And I was asking, in regards to mechatronics, industrial automation, and cybersecurity, what industries would you recommend for us to seek internship from?
So I would say don't think it's just one internship you should do. Get a mix. Do something where you don't have to directly deal with people, but more of a traditional industry, right? So something in finance, right? That stuff looks good on your resume, right? But the idea is if you're doing it to get real world skills, focus on something very pretty. So apply it to Google, right? Apply it to where, I don't know, whichever company is out there, right? Not Twitter, that's probably not a good idea right now. But one thing that is missing, which could like elevate it to a certain point in your career and then you kind of get stuck, is the soft skills, the non-technical skills, which is dealing with people and being able to lead people and stuff like that. So a lot of times it's very good for you to work in a consulting firm where you get thrown out of problems a whole lot, right? Or a smaller company where you're involved in everything. So they may not be super shiny, they may not be able to teach you all the coolest thing, but the experience you're gonna get from that is what is gonna push you from plebs to manager to VP and CEO. That's very important. People take it for granted, you know. When they CEO of a company, they're like, oh, you just sit in a couple meetings and you just sign some documents and stuff like that. No, there's a lot more involved in there that you have to tap into. So you want to give yourself as much responsibility. Give yourself more responsibility than anything you can handle so you can grow. Okay, cool. That's it. Okay, so like I said, I'm in decision science and stuff. Everybody answer that question. My co-founders at Seed, we're gonna give you $100 Amazon gift card for asking questions. Make sure you ask questions wherever you go. So they're collecting your information. Also, yeah. You have to deal with customs yourself, though. Can't help with that. And then other than that, we'll send out for a internship. We're looking for people to get in the company next year. So if anyone's interested in that job, yeah. And JPS, right? Well, JPS is doing internship. I can't really compete with JPS. But yeah, if you're interested. All right. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Adrian Dunkley. Just when you thought it couldn't get any better, Amazon, $100. Aren't you glad you asked a question? Yeah, if you knew you'd have asked question, don't. Yes, the reward for answering questions. That's awesome. And of course, you heard what he said. You're looking for interns. Work, people, work. Yeah. So, thank you so much for that. Another round of applause for our guest speaker today. Awesome. Wow, I learned so much from that a while ago. So now, people, it's break time. It means run to the booth, look at the booths. Barita is here, Foswich is here, Huawei is here, and West Indies Home Contractors are here. I did not forget. I just had to take a breath. I just want you to know that. They're all here. Go and look. Run, go bathroom. And come back real quick. 10 minutes, guys. On the other side of the break, we have an engaging panel discussion. We have giveaways. We have refreshments. We have entertainment. There's more. So 10 minutes by my clock, which is now 4:06. So at 4:16, nothing like CXC math. At 4:16, be back for the second half. All righty, thank you.
Today we celebrate the fact that another batch of high school students will benefit from an investment in their future. We are pleased to be handing over to the Ministry of Education just under $1.6 million for 400 students who will be sitting the CSEC Industrial Technology Electrical exam.
Not everybody is as fortunate as some, and they do need the help, and I think that this step that JPS is taking is a good one, and I do hope they continue to help.
The company JPS has been doing this since 2016, and some 2,700 students would have benefited over that period of time.
So what JPS is actually doing is investing in the future of our children.
VAC commends the JPS Foundation for this invaluable investment in our country's future, an investment that is powering what matters, lives and education.
700 plus students are going back to school this year, powered by JPS Foundation.
We would love to thank JPS Foundation for these wonderful bags. I love.
So in the bag, we have books. Inside there are cool design with JPS on it. We hit the road and donated back to school supplies to students across the island. Some special students got our JPS banner bag, produced in partnership with Brescia.
JPS Foundation, we extend our gratitude to you for extending to our children bags, books, and all that you have brought so that you can assist them in their academic development.
I just want to say a big thank you to the JPS Foundation for what they have been doing throughout this island.
The JPS Foundation wishes all our students all the best for this school year.
Thank you, JPS Foundation.
Hi, my name is Javon Foster. I'm from the Fresh Start Jamaica program.
JPS Foundation's skills training and internship program, Fresh Start Jamaica, has enriched the lives of 36 young people from St. Catherine and St. James. Having received training in solar and electrical installation, our Fresh Start participants are now in the field and on the job. These are a few of their stories.
Before Fresh Start, I wasn't exposed to any electronics or any renewable energy or anything, so the program has done me a great favor. It has bring me to another level where I can figure out some basic things by myself without having to call someone else, so it has done me good. I've been interning here for 1 month now, and it's an amazing experience. At Alternative Power Source, we do solar water heater and solar installation and wind turbine, and mostly like renewable energy and so forth.
We have been fortunate to be offered the opportunity to have the interns from JPS Foundation, Fresh Start JA. We have taken on 4 interns to assist with our technical team, and so far all 4 have performed excellent. They did not seem like interns at all or students and new to renewable energy. They all seem to have had some form of previous knowledge and experience. If they were new to it, we have no idea.
I'm developing a passion for the job, so yeah, I figure more or less I will be sticking around for a good time.
We have taken the steps to bring them on staff full time, and we have really enjoyed their presence.
I really appreciate JPS Foundation for this opportunity. It It's been a life-changing experience, so thank you very much.
Hello everybody, my name is Romario Aket and I'm an intern from the Fresh Start program. At the Fresh Start program I've been doing electrical installation, and leading up to the intern, now I'm doing it with Mr. Reed. I've been on the road doing electrical installation, installing meters on people's property. Out here with Mr. Reed I have a wonderful time on the road. I learn a lot from Sir Reed right here. He's a good mentor to me, and he's make sure I'm okay on the road and safe.
When it comes to respect, kindness, punctuality, this is Romario. If I had to give him like a mark out of a 10, it's gonna be a 10. If it was possible that I could have him on my team, I would have him.
This program that JPS have put on has been very wonderful. It's been a very life changer for me, because I didn't know I could be out here doing this right now. But I hope to see more of this program in the future for the kids coming upstairs.
JPS Foundation, in partnership with the USAID, FHRI 360, and the Planning Institute of Jamaica, PIOJ, offered training to young men and women from vulnerable communities through a program dubbed Fresh Start Jamaica.
Today we celebrate the fact that another batch of high school students will benefit from an investment in their future. We are pleased to be handing over to the Ministry of Education just under $1.6 million for 400 students who will be sitting the CSEC Industrial Technology Electrical exam.
Not everybody is as fortunate as some, and they do need the help, and I think that this step that JPS is taking is a good one, and I do hope they continue to help.
The company JPS has been doing this since 2016, and some 2,700 students would have benefited over that period of time.
So what JPS is actually doing is investing in the future of our children.
There is he commends the JPS Foundation for this invaluable
+700 students are going back to school this year, powered by JPS Foundation.
We would love to thank JPS Foundation for these wonderful bags. I love.
So in the bag, we have books. Inside there are cool design with JPS on it.
We hit the road and donated back to school supplies to students across the island. Some special students got our JPS banner bag, produced in partnership with Brescia.
JPS Foundation, we extend our gratitude to you for extending to our children bags, books, and all that you have brought so that you can assist them in their academic development.
I just want to say a big thank you to the JPS Foundation for what they have been doing throughout this island.
The JPS Foundation wishes
all our students all the best for this school year.
Thank you, JPS Foundation.
700 plus students are going back to school this year, powered by JPS Foundation.
We would love to thank JPS Foundation for these wonderful bags.
So in the bag, we have books. Inside there are cool design with JPS on it. We hit the road and donated back to school supplies to students across the island. Some special students got our JPS banner bag, produced in partnership with Brescia.
JPS Foundation, we extend our gratitude to you for extending to our children bags, books, and all that you have brought so that you can assist them in their academic development.
I just want to say a big thank you to the JPS Foundation for what they have been doing throughout this island.
The JPS Foundation wishes all our students all the best for this school year.
Thank you, JPS Foundation.
700 plus students are going back to school this year, powered by JPS Foundation.
We would love to thank JPS.
Nice moment to just kind of breeze out. All right, now, before we get started on part 2 with our panel discussion, we're going to take a moment to meet somebody in the room. Yeah, you are going to get up from where you are, and you are going to walk across the room and meet someone, but we just don't want like everybody on the left going over and everybody right going, because then you'll just have swapped places. So here's how you're gonna do it. From the back of the room to about the middle. Let me see. This gentleman here in the maroon, that's maroon or burgundy, this jacket. You're not sure. Me neither. It's all right. None of us know. But from the back to the row with this gentleman. On that side, you are going to walk over to this side, and you're going to introduce yourself to somebody. You're going to say, hello, my name is so-and-so, your real name, and you're going to tell them what school you go to and what subjects you're doing. All right? Everybody got that? From that row, going back, which would be all of CMU, because they're all going to sit down together. You're going to come over here and introduce yourself. Folks who are over here, from the front row to the row with the gentleman in the black polo shirt. You guys here, you are going to walk over here and you're going to introduce yourself to somebody. You're going to say, hello, my name is such and such, and I go to this and that school, and I'm doing these subjects. You will start when the music starts, and you will stop when the music stops. Is that fair and easy? Mr. Music Man? We don't got no music man? They tell you which music I wanted, sir? Specifically coffee. We're making the music, don't worry about it. And do not go and talk to your friend. Talk to somebody you do not know. You have never spoken to them in your life. Today, the first day you see them. Okay? All right. Hi. Oh, look at that. Okay, so we're not going to have music. The music will be in your heart, which is a great place for music to be. And then whatever cell phone is all right. So, cell phone music. All right, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Y'all at the back there, come over here, sir. You all over here, sir? Come over here, sir. Let's go. Meet somebody. Say hello. Walk on. What school you go? Yeah, yeah. Quick and fast, quick and fast. Shake a hand. Yeah. And your time is up. So you may go back to your seat. I hope everybody met. You met somebody? You don't meet nobody. Come, shake my hand. My name is Alrighty. Hi. All right. So you met some of the people who are in this room. So you may be seated in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now, welcome, welcome, welcome to the panel discussion. I say we have some serious panelists like them big boat here. So the first panelist is Keon Webley, Power Systems Engineer at JPS. Step up, Keon, make a tell them about you. Keon works. Yes, man. Sit on right side of me. Keon works with JPS as power systems engineer within the company's system operations division. She is a graduate of Morgan State University, where she earned both her bachelor's and master's degrees in electrical engineering. A strong proponent of sustainable development, Ms. Webley helped found her university's chapter for Engineers for a Sustainable World and is also a member of the Clinton Climate Initiative, Women in Renewable Energy Wire Mentorship Network. Give her a round of applause. Our next panelist is Kevin Henry, Senior Engineer, HVAC and Building Management System, AREL. Come up and have a seat. Woo! Let me tell you about Kevin. Kevin Henry is a certified professional mechanical engineer who specializes in heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems and building management systems. He works as a senior engineer at AREL Limited. He is a graduate of the University of Technology and Florida International University, where he achieved his master's in engineering management. Kevin Henry is also a certified energy manager by the Association of Energy Engineers. He's also a certified project manager. Engineer Kevin Henry presently serves as Vice President of the Jamaica Institution of Engineers. Big him up! Woo! And now I invite Cavell Hilton, science educator and entrepreneur. Come on up. Cavell Hilton is a STEM educator and education technology entrepreneur with over 12 years of experience in STEM education and training. She is an MPhil PhD science education student at the University of the West Indies. She is the coordinator for the Science and Technology Education Unit at the Scientific Research Council, and she is the author of Little Einsteins, Save the Beach, and she is also the recipient of several awards, including the Young Leaders of the Americas Initiative Fellowship, Development Bank of Jamaica Ignite recipient, and Jamaica Stock Exchange Social Enterprise Pitch Competition winner, among others. Cavell! Woo! And now I invite Mr. Kerrymore O'Connor. Whoop, 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 come on up. Kerrymore O'Connor is the General Manager for the Project Planning Division at West Indies Home Contractors. Kerrymore brings over 15 years of public and private sector leadership experience in building and community design, construction, and project management. He holds a Bachelor of Arts in Architectural Studies from UTech Jamaica, as well as a Professional Bachelor of Architecture from Florida A&M University. In his current role as General Manager, Project Planning at West Indies Home Contractors, he leads the coordination of external consultants, project approval process, and financial feasibility, among other things. His urban design experience includes the Downtown Kingston redevelopment plan, while his architectural experience includes pre- and post-contract services on Burger King's, Checkers Burger, and Regions Banks across the state of Florida. Big up yourself, Kerrymore. And all of them start with K. Can you imagine? And so now I'm going to hand over to them. You are going to listen to them, and you are going to think about the questions that you need to ask. Looking at these people up here, them have a massive education, experience, and all kind of good stuff that you can learn from. So, Keon, take it away.
All right. Hi, so my name is Keon Webley. I am with Jamaica Public Service Company, and we're going to be looking at the future of energy. But we're going to have a little background first. So the first thing that we're talking about is what is an engineer? So an engineer is essentially a professional who designs, analyzes, builds, and tests machines, complex systems, structures. They don't have to be physical. They can also be radio frequency and so on. And they do all of this while considering things like the practicality, cost, and hopefully ethics. So next one. So some examples. So Shuri, Black Panther. Shuri is an engineer. She's like a super engineer. Right here you see that she is building, what's that? I think the vibranium gauntlet. So she would have designed it, built it, and tested it and put it out in the field. Below that you see her showing Black Panther the suits, which she would also have designed. So that's she's a combination of like materials, electrical, all kinds of fancy things. The next person, Iron Man. Tony Stark, also an engineer. You see him right there, he's designing his suit. Normally you would have teams of people doing this. These people are like super geniuses, so yeah. So those are some engineers, right? Next thing, what is the energy industry? So the energy industry is basically comprised of both the producers of energy and the consumers. So on the consumer side, you'd have residential, you have transportation, you have agriculture. And then on the producer side, you'd have those who would extract and produce the fuel or convert fuel to other sources of energy like electricity. So JPS would be on that side. And right here, if you go back a second, you'll see these are not some random photos on the screen. These are actually sites in Jamaica. We have Wigton Wind Farm from Manchester, BMR in Wind Farm in St. Elizabeth. Right there you have Content Solar in Clarendon. On the next slide, you will see that is 8 Rivers, Paradise Park Solar Farm, all the way over in Westmoreland. And then we have a battery storage, well, it's a hybrid flywheel battery storage system that JPS would have installed, and that helps us to cover our renewables. And then we have also one of our LNG plants. Now, there are some innovations in energy, and I'll just skip through these really quickly because we have a time crunch. But we're looking at things like smart grid, we're looking at electric vehicles. One of the great things about electric vehicles, for example, is that in the future you may be able to plug your vehicle into the grid, and it's not just a matter of charging up your vehicle, but you may also be able to sell electricity to the grid from your vehicle, depending. And so these things, we have all these different things that are happening. We have quantum computing that will help us to solve some of the big questions that are that energy faces. And the next slide, it's much smaller than I expected. But in terms of, we're seeing as we have this kind of shifting into clean energy, because everything is going in the direction of clean energy now. You saw all the renewables on the JPS system. These are some examples of some of the careers that you may be able to look at. I recognize a bit small right here, but if you look in the big photo on the left-hand side, you'll see that this is from the World Economic Forum, and you'll see that efficiency, power generation, and cars are three of the biggest areas. And we're looking at people who would like energy managers, material scientists, mechanical engineers, electrical, solar installers, wind turbine technicians, a lot of IT, a lot of computer analysts, and so on. And down the bottom, I don't know this gentleman, so those say is me promoting him, but while I was looking on Al Gore's internet, them call it, there was this gentleman here, electric vehicle specialist in Jamaica. And so you see, he's already starting up his little thing in terms of getting on this thing. I'm going to do real quick. One of the things is very important. I'm glad I'm seeing a lot of young ladies in here. We need a lot more women in the field, especially in energy and AI and so on. This is a quote from the International Energy Agency, and the reason that we need them is not just because we want to give a woman them some work. I mean, yes, please. But also, we do need all minds on deck because we have some serious challenges, and if we're going to ensure innovation and inclusive perspectives, we're going to need everybody. So please, ladies, even if you don't think you can do it, or if you don't know if you're interested, just try, start, and we need you. And actually, that doesn't just go for the ladies, that goes to everybody in this room. As Adrian mentioned, we have a deficit of people who have our cultural experience in these fields, and you are needed. And one of the last things now is I want you to think big, think global. We can sometimes get to the mindset that we're a small island, but really we are playing very, very large, even in the energy industry currently. So I want you to don't be limited by any small island mindset. Think big, think global. And that is pretty much it.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Keon. We move on now to Kevin Henry.
Hi, afternoon, everyone. I'm Kevin Henry. I am a senior engineer at RL Limited. I'm also the VP for Engineering Affairs at JIE, so I come here in two folds. We'll be touching a bit on HVAC and BMS systems. Now, you might be wondering, why is it an HVAC engineer is here? No, HVAC it's all around us. It's something that we might not necessarily recognize, but it's something that is used widely around the world. In fact, the first air conditioning system was in the 1800s that involved the creation of an ice machine. So we're literally coming from a design like that required the use of horses or a stream of water to actually create the generation of ice production. Next slide, please. And we can see the history from 1902 to where we are now. By 2030, it's expected that over 700 million air conditioning systems will be around the world. And you might be saying, why is this important? It is important because air conditioning system accounts for roughly 40% of the energy consumption in a lot of these buildings, right? So in terms of that perspective now, you have to find ways and means to improve your efficiency. And how is it we can also cut down on our greenhouse gases and so forth. Now, air conditioning system has evolved. Now you have certain levels of controls. Before, you used to just have one, a switch on, off, then eventually a thermostat that regulated the temperature. And now we have full-on building management system that can be used to integrate a number of components, not only air conditioning systems, but we have lighting controls, we have security systems, we have fire and smoke detection. As you can see, we have various communication protocols, various languages. Before, it used to be private. Now we have open communication, such as BACnet and so forth. This is just an example of a unit controller in a package unit that is providing cooling. As you know, you guys are all cooling here, and the AC is cooling everybody. And ways and means you have that level of control is through an actual controller. So this is an example of a campus. You're able to see all the facilities, right? When you zoom into a room like this, you're able to see the areas that are cool versus those that are warm. You don't have to physically come and look on a site. You can stay from your house, go on your phone, make whatever adjustments you want. That is where we're going now. Now, to touch on this, we'll also look at, in the field of construction, we look at the building components. So everything is linked to each other. So if the structure is wrong from day one, it's going to increase your costs in terms of cooling loads and also in terms of what additional equipment can be then installed to improve the actual functionality of the building. So building envelope is just simply the separation between the conditioned space and the unconditioned space, which will directly affect your energy usage. So I'll leave that to Wicon to touch on later on. This is just some example of things that you can do, whether it be glazing of glass. As you can see, we have glass, we have shutters. That is actually cutting down on the amount of heat that is coming in. We have designs that's such as vegetative roofs and use of natural light within buildings. So you don't have to depend on having the use of electricity to provide a certain amount of lighting within the building. Now, that's basically it. There are other innovations that are being done. We have BIM, which you guys might know, Building Information Modeling, where you can create the building and do various energy analysis, calculations, before you even start building the actual building. And I mean, right now, it's basically limitless as to the possibilities of what you can do. So that's pretty much my presentation. I'll just say, just always have an open mind, always ask questions. As you see, the benefits of asking questions. I wish I had asked a question. But I was actually supposed to start off with a cool joke, but it never happened. But I just want to say thanks for having me. And this JPS Foundation is something that is very beneficial because I myself used to participate in the science and technology JPS competition, which I did win with my team members. So, and I'm now here able to present to you. So I would say also get involved. If there's something you're interested in, get your foot in, get involved, and try. All right?
Definitely.
Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kevin. Thank you. And now we'll hear from Cavell Hilton. Yeah, Kapar, yeah.
Hi, everyone. So my presentation will be on the impact of science, technology, and innovation on education, right? And I'm so happy to see all the educated students here and their teachers. And of course, we have 2 engineers here. You always hear the phrase, if you're a doctor or engineer or whatever career choice, who must you thank? A teacher. Who must you thank? You should definitely thank a teacher, right? Because without teachers, none of these careers would have been possible. All right? Okay. So some people don't agree. Okay. All right. So developments in science and technology has brought about major innovations in the education sector. Right? So teachers and students were all innovating, we're all doing different things, especially due to COVID. I remember in 2013, I had an idea to start a company that would connect students with STEM educators, right, who were looking to offer their services. And I remember approaching someone, a web developer, and they said, no, it's not gonna work, right? So fast forward 2020, COVID, guess what? My idea, everybody wants it now, right? And now you have so many different teachers who are offering their services online. So online education became a thing in 2020, right? Next. Well, in Jamaica, that is. All right, so some of the traditional ways that we used to learn. Physical learning materials and tools, pens, and whiteboards. I remember when I was in high school, I had to go to the library, and I had to physically print out things. I still have things from my undergraduate degree packed up in boxes. So a lot of physical materials. Yeah, I'm probably a hoarder or something, I don't know. So limited access to educational materials was also a thing. So you'd go to the library and hear that you cannot borrow this book because it's out on loan and that kind of thing. Next. But STEM learning, right? We have our engineers here because of STEM education. They have not just the skills in terms of being an engineer or doing science and physics and math and finding X and all of that, but it's also about the fact that they're now critical thinkers, they're innovators, they're problem solvers, right? And they are making a difference in society. So due to STEM learning or STEM education, you will gain the skills that will make you more employable. Adrian talked about even having those soft skills that would be required to actually, meet the labor demands. And those are skills that employers are looking for. I remember, and it doesn't matter if you plan to study science. It doesn't matter if you're going to be a science student. You still need these skills. I hired someone to tile my kitchen in December, and clearly I could identify that he had no critical thinking skills. Right? So even because of the way he was doing the job, I was like, problem solving, critical thinking, if the tile break, use it a different place where it's not going to show, that kind of thing. So critical thinking skills, what we used to call common sense growing up, right? Problem solving skills. It doesn't matter which career you are going to choose in the future. I want my lawyer to be a critical thinker and problem solver. Don't you? Yes. I want my bank manager to be a critical thinker and problem solver, right? So STEM skills will allow anyone, regardless of the career choice, to be able to develop and build on those skills, right? And to be critical thinkers, problem solvers, be creative, and be innovative. So it brings a valuable contribution. Could you go back, please? It brings a valuable contribution to a well-rounded education, and it gives learners an in-depth understanding of the world around us. Next. Technology learning, wider access to educational materials, more channels and tools available for communication and collaboration. I'm sure everyone here probably in more than 5 WhatsApp groups. So every club you are in at school, your teacher have WhatsApp groups. So it definitely makes a better communication or more communication, right? With your teacher, with each other, right? So that's what technology brought about. All right, I remember yesterday I was helping a student online to do their homework. Now, this is not something that we would have done in the past. So there he's doing his homework. His homework is on Google Forms, and we're there going through the questions, and I'm helping him online to do his homework. So that one-to-one personal learning, you can personalize your learning, that can take place through online learning, that can take place because of technology. So it allows for that personalization to different types of students. Next. Allows teachers to be more flexible, help teachers connect more with students, and unlock access to more resources. So there are way more resources now. We can use virtual reality, we can use augmented reality, we can use what you call Labster, where you can do your science experiment, you know, using technology and not necessarily in a lab. So there are just way more things. We can go to YouTube and watch a video doing a science experiment or doing some other learning or activity. Doing my MPhil degree, I remember going online to watch lectures from other universities, right, in order to prepare for my class or in order to prepare for a test. Next. So some of the benefits to you as students is that it will allow for more personalized learning experience, which we mentioned earlier, improve student communication, and help students prepare for the future, right? And that's why you're here, because you want to be prepared for the future. You want to be the engineers and STEM educator and entrepreneur sitting up here, right? You want to be from Wicon working on real estate and working on houses and all of these things, correct? So it's all about your future, right? And so in order to get to that future, you have to get a good STEM education. Next. So some technology advances. Online learning technologies are critical to education today. We know that. Most institutions are using a hybrid approach, so they're combining both online and face-to-face learning. We saw the taxi striking the other day. Many schools just said, let's go online, right? Before that was something that, you know, we would not have been able to do. So hybrid learning is now the future. Continue. So future of education, online classrooms, more digital learning for everyone, so at all levels. Global market for practical courses and certifications. I remember Adrian mentioned earlier that, you know, you can go and get certified from different institutions overseas. Google, I think, offer a lot of certifications. I remember someone applying for a job at STEM Builders, and they had like 10 Google certificates. I mean, what that showed me is that this person is serious about improving themselves and up-leveling regardless of the resources that they have. So these certificates are out there. You have to take advantage of it and get yourself certified. So a rise of new technologies in biomedicine, microfabrication, robotics, and artificial intelligence. Next. So this is what we expect the future to look like, right? Robotics, AI, more 3D printing, and all the different technology, biomedicine, biophysics, and all of the different areas. So I love the fact that Adrian mentioned earlier also that we're not solving, you're talking about solving for X. It's a process that is important, right? Being educated or being trained is about, being educated is about you being trainable. Because when you go to the workplace, yes, you may not be applying what you learn directly, but the skills that you learn along the way are what you will definitely use in your future. Next. Okay, so that's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Cavell. And now we'll hear from Kerrymore O'Connor. Yes, you may clap him.
All right, good afternoon. How's everybody doing today? Good. No, they need some food. How is everybody?
Yeah, there's some food afterwards.
All right, listen. Well, I'll be speaking from a developer point of view and the future of engineering and impact on driving the redevelopment and development of cities, right? So, thank you. All right, so what's a city? Based on the description that we have up here, a city basically is a large town. When somebody says, hey, you come from country or you come from town. So every country area have a little town. But every large country has a city, right? Or multiple cities. Some people, the guys from Cornwall, people say, hey, where are they from? The second city. No. You're from the city of Montego Bay. There may be a third city or a fourth city or a fifth city. No. There will be a new city. So right now, I think UDC is planning some third city, somewhere that is. And that's a designation, because we have multiple towns all over Jamaica, right? But let us talk about a city where there's a legal boundary. It's run by a municipality, and we'll need engineers in cities. We'll need multiple skilled people. The city allows you to interact. If you live in the country area, you may be a rundown one plumber. Because of that, price very high. Or the one plumber might not get no pipe for the week. Might hungry, can't get the job. So therefore, he moves to the city. Multiple pipes. So you can see where the economy of the city will thrive more than the rural setting. No, so we're looking at it. Half the planet lives in cities. And cities generate up to more than 4/5 of the global GDP. We are urban species. 8 billion people this year. Half of that, 4 billion lives in cities. Continue. So, question for you. Is Kingston a city or a parish? So Kingston is a city. I want the most accurate answer. Kingston, city, parish. Who said parish? Parish. Who said both city and parish? Enough people that, man. All right. So, can somebody explain where is the city of Kingston? Where does that end? And where does the parish end? Somebody. Quickly. Who knows where it ends? Kingston people. Don't shame me, please. All right. So, quick one, right? All Kingston. Kingston is Kingston 1. That's Kingston Parish. Kingston. That's downtown Kingston. That's Tivoli, Denham Town, Norman Gardens, going out to Rockford side. That's Kingston. If you go up to Arnett Gardens, that's St. Andrew. Yes. So, the city of Kingston transcends the parish boundaries. And cities grow. The parishes don't tend to change the boundaries, but cities grow. And a city can overlap over a parish. So the capital of Jamaica, is it Kingston Parish or Kingston City? No. Capital of the country cannot be the parish. The capital of the country is the city. All right. So, Kingston City. So, the engineer, at an engineering forum, we'll learn some geography. Please, thanks. So, engineering, geography, biology. Everything that is built by man is learned from nature. Who agree or disagree? All right. So, when you're planning cities also, and planning towns, and planning how to manage land, we also look to nature, right? So, here is a transect that they have in biology that looks like how from water to forest land. And this is how you go to different stages, from the ocean to the beach to the primary dune. That's your if you, the Mobile people will know, live near the shoreline, and the Ochi people will notice when you go on the beach, you have the little dunes and stuff like that, and you move to the forest inland. So further up you go up the hill. So next one. So from transect planning now, we study the same thing. We study how can we stratify our environment that we live so that we conserve on land that we need to plant, we dashing banana, cocoa, pop chow, Isla, Ipa, and Yomkin, right? So the natural zone is where you have your rivers, natural zone. And then you have special district, high-rise buildings, right? So now, in between that, you have your rural zone, your suburban zone, your general urban zone, and you can have your townhouses. And so as a developer now, we have to look and see where we buy, where land is available, how much that land costs, and what product fits that cost. And the engineering that's required to make this work and make the environment less polluted. Okay, so next one. So right now, most developers like Wicon, we operate somewhat in the suburban zone. In the suburban zone, why we do that? We're basically converting a lot of maybe rural land that's not so good for agriculture. So for example, in Friendship, in Estuary, we're up in the hillsides. It's limestone rock, very hard soil to work on. Plants, possibility of you doing agriculture up there is next to none. But then what it does is it puts the burden on the private sector also for us to drive a lot of design work and construction work, building sewage treatment plants in order to treat the waste generated from our buildings. All right, so in the urban zone, Wicon also plays in the urban zone, but most of the small contractors tend to play in the urban zone also. So now you see a lot of high-rise buildings going up in Kingston. So that's the one you have urban zone. You have more high-rise building. More people living on a smaller plot of land. That's generating more waste in a smaller area. But there's a reason. The economy, transportation. So a person who lives basically in Old Harbour, a $14 million house at $10,000 per million, pays about $140,000 a month for mortgage. That person also drives a decent car at about $20,000 per million, a $3 million car, $60,000 a month, gas price, and that's over maybe 6 years. If you stretch your mortgage to 10 years, you pay less, right? Gas are only $40,000 a month, toll $20,000. The travel time, 3 hours a day, 1 hour back and forth, that's running you another $50,000 per month. If you look at 3 hours, 50,000, how many times a week? 5 times a week, that's what? 15 hours a week, 60 hours a month. And I said 15, how much? 60 hours for the month. That's a lot of hours. That's about $50,000 generally for somebody who makes $200,000 a month. It's a lot of money. So that's the time that you waste in your car driving back and forth. So the total about $270,000 per month. You know that tells you? You can afford a $27 million mortgage in Kingston if you live in Old Harbour. So we're looking at engineering now. Come on, change it for me, please. So maybe the solution is mass transit, light rail. You need engineers for that, right? And how that impacts the economy also. All right, so in the Transect, we're looking at the different kind of engineers and what they do. So the blue, look at public. So for example, closer to the natural zone, you'll need coastal engineers. Closer to the special districts, you'll need all your engineers, structural engineer, electrical engineer, and you have public sector, private sector. If you notice, the public sector engineer, civil engineer who does the roads and road work and sewer designs in the city, you just tap into that. When you buy a land, that's why your land is so expensive in the city, because all that infrastructure in already. You just plug in. While the civil engineer that operates more in your suburban area, the land is cheaper, but the infrastructure cost is higher. So now, up and layered on that hard construction is the smart city components. So now in the future, you're looking at all the add-ons. Apart from building the building, you have to measure. You might measure indoor air quality. You might measure outdoor air quality. You might measure, you need smart buildings. You need to know where to park. You need to know when the bus is coming. Can I track this right here? The bus, the transportation may be adaptable to the amount of people that logged in, that they pick up with their data at the train station. So the train don't just drive and hope or JTC park and run the whole day and the man and pay domino. So they just time all of that, right? So that's what you're looking at for this in the future. And then, how do you respond to climate change? Water rise, roads are being eroded. And how do we respond? That's why we have coastal engineers that solve problems like out by the Palisados. You imagine if another hurricane had come without we putting up these stone barriers. The people in Montego Bay and near areas, our beaches are disappearing. So coastal engineers are solving those problems by creating artificial beaches. They're using the same stonework or infrastructure work to create these breakwater and system, and even like dump up beach park. Harmony Beach Park, you see where they are renovating the beach and also upgrading the groins that create the coves for the beach. Then we have something called squatting. So in Jamaica, you know, we're squatting in the hills, squatting on other people's land, but there are countries that land you can't squat on the land. So what are people doing? This is Lagos, Nigeria. People are squatting in the water. Yes. And engineers are also responding to that by, in Dubai, water, legal, land reclamation. And Jamaica has done this already. Howard Cook Boulevard, where Digicel is downtown, that's land reclamation. That's land that was reclaimed in the 60s. And in the future, I think more land is going to be reclaimed. Engineers also, remember though, when we build, we forget to maintain. We forget to maintain. There's an engineer for that also. Those structures that put up here, somebody that does that. So in engineering, in closing, we have two things. We have people who design, people who supply a product, and also people who maintain. Right? So the development of cities will require engineers and also other disciplines to support the engineer, because most engineers can't manage the books. They can't deal with stakeholders. They can't manage customer relations. So I know, how many engineers do you have in customer service, Mr. James? So, not much. You need those people. So, so we need, the cities will require a lot of the engineers, but also a lot of other skills to support the products that engineers create.
Wow. Oh my. All righty. So you have heard a lot and you have learned a lot. And I see some people staring at me because it's 5 o'clock and they're like, All righty. So, Elaine, I'm looking for Elaine to tell me how many questions I can take. But I don't see him, so I am just going to decide. Let us take 4. Okay. That was the number I was going to say. Okay, so we can take 4 questions. Based on what you heard here a while ago, that was so rich. There was so much information. There was just so much like to absorb. Do you have a question for any one or more than? And you'd like them to? There's the mic right there. Is that a hand? Yes. Okay, you can come up, my CMU sister. Yes. May I borrow from Keon? Afternoon. Chanel.
Question is for the person that spoke about AI, transport, and all of that. Where do you see the industry going as it relates to logistics and maritime?
I'm not sure if it's, you said the person spoke about transportation?
Transportation.
Yes. AI and transport. Someone spoke about it. I think it's...
Well, I don't know if I clicked them together, but if
you... No, you spoke about the electric car. The person spoke about the electric cars.
That's me. Mm-hmm. So my slide where the little tiny writing where I talk about the engineering, the jobs that are open up in the future, logisticians was on there. You couldn't see it because it is small. Because a lot of, we're talking about we're having a global we live in a very global economy. The world is getting much smaller. So for example, we showed all like the wind farms and the solar farms. It's not every country that is going to be going into renewable energy, which pretty much every country is going to be also building turbines and also building the panels themselves. So there's going to be an even greater need for logistics as we go forward. So logisticians was one of the ones that is going
No,
forward.
I'm not speaking on that basis.
No, all right.
I'm speaking on the basis of, like, you know that CMA CGM is providing automated, not CMA CGM, but you have companies out there that are going automated as it relates to shipping, and you know that shipping is the biggest industry in the world. The world basically revolves around shipping. So as it relates to that, I know that people are pushing for more automated vehicles, but I haven't seen on a broad basis as it relates to ships.
Oh, automated ships?
Yes.
Oh, I answered a completely different question. You know, I have not given that thought. No, I have not heard much about
diesel
automated
is pretty
ships.
expensive.
Diesel is quite expensive. So I don't really see a reason why we should have other electric vehicles, but ships are just like some anomaly by themselves. So I suspect that's definitely going to be a thing, especially as, you know, we are, like right now I think it's what's going on, COP27.
I think so.
Yeah, and we had a question earlier talking about all the carbon dioxide that's being emitted. So there is definitely a push towards more clean energy, whether it's going to be automated ships that are electric, or you might use hydrogen as your fuel. You know, you might have green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is pretty much you get some water and you use electrolysis and you separate out the hydrogen atoms. And if you use renewable sources instead of that, then it's completely carbon free.
Simple terms, hydroelectricity?
Yeah. Well, no, not hydroelectricity. It's something different.
Really?
Well, yeah, we're not going to go into it the way. It's something different. But it's hydrogen, not the water. So hydroelectricity uses water to power a turbine. So hydrogen, you actually get, the water is a source. You have the water, you know, H2O, you have two. Yeah, you have two. So you have two. It's a whole hydrogen economy that's coming out. That's part of the future. So you have the two hydrogen atoms in your water molecules. You use electricity to split off the hydrogen, right? And then you can use that hydrogen as a fuel source. So it's quite possible that that's something for the shipping industry. I'm guessing though, because I hadn't thought about it. But it's an excellent question. I think you should look into it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So now I have been given very strict instructions that we are ending this segment in 2 minutes flat. Okay, or else I'm going to get beaten, so please. So, young man, I saw you coming up, so you have to ask like in 30 seconds, and the answer will be like in 30 seconds, and then I will tell you all bye-bye. Okay, yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. So each of you guys spoke about innovation and development. So as it relates to the innovation and development, how far do you see Jamaica's economy how far do you see Jamaica's economy going as it relates to development and technological advancement and the increase in Jamaica's need for growth and innovation?
All right, the Jamaican economy. All right, currently, we have if we look, I'm going to kind of stick to development, transportation, right? If we look at the road, cares not how much road widening we do, there still seem to be a plethora of traffic. Currently, they're doing the Montego Bay bypass. I have been alive long enough to see them do a Spanish Town bypass. And now they do a toll road to bypass the bypass. The countries that have significant highway development tend to be countries that also make cars. So they have an industry. So they create a need for it, and then you consume it, right? Jamaica may need to focus a lot more on strategizing your development so that we save money. Because you import a car for $3 million, and then duty takes it up to about $5 million, right? $3 million, a cane farmer will have to plant about 25 acres of cane. That's what you're looking at. So you're looking at producing 25 acres of cane to cancel out the car that you just imported. So you have an import-export deficit. Now, we're saying that for Jamaica to grow, that export deficit that import-export deficit has to close. And it's through science, technology, innovation, and investment in research and development where we'll see the country growing. So all the buildings that you're seeing happen, you do construction of the buildings, most of the building components are imported. So sometimes you're wondering, how so much building going on and the economy not growing? That's because you're importing a lot to invest in this structure, and you're hoping that this structure will then house people like you to be more creative and innovative to offset that initial investment. We need you guys to produce more. Think more.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kerry Moore. Thank you. So now, in keeping with my strict instructions that I've been given, and I'm a very obedient person, we are going to close off this segment, but that is not to say that you cannot get your questions answered, because I don't think our panelists are going to just run off. And even if they were, we're not going to let them lock the door. So we are going to allow you to speak to the panelists afterwards. I know that Alain wants to give away. He wants to make some presentations. And I know that we have entertainment. Shall I tell them who is here to entertain them, sir? So we're going to have Ching in the house. Woo! But I hear that Cornwall leaving early, so I'm not see the show. Hush. Also, no, yeah, stay. All right, I'm just pulling your legs. So we're going to allow Alain to go on with the rest of the program. Nab the panelists afterwards. And then we're going to have us some entertainment, and we're going to have some food and drink and have ourselves a good time and end in a little party up in here. Alain, all yours. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, please clap them.
All right. Thank you very much, Audrey. How are we feeling? Was it worth the trip? Yes. Awesome. I heard hungry, so we have food downstairs. All right? So you're going to get a party, and you're going to get food. Can I hear, yeah! Energy! Yeah, sweet. All right, round of applause. You've been an awesome audience. Thank you so much. So, just like the keynote speaker, I have some gifts to give away. I think I counted, it was 4 persons. The 4 persons who asked questions just now, to the panel. Could you stand? The 4 persons who asked. Okay. Oh, it was 2. Oh, it's the glasses. I saw 4. But all right, so 1, come on up. Run like you're getting something, man. Warm to you. Round of applause. Could I ask Audrey, could you just assist me with the gift bags? So, time ran out. Oh, so there were 2 more persons, but the time ran out. So for initiative, we're going to give you something. Come on up. Please, round of applause for them. All right. So far, being a part of the show, thank you very much. Courtesy of the JPS Foundation, this is our little way of empowering you and at the same time encouraging you to continue to be innovative. Big up yourself. All right. Congratulations and thank you for coming. All right. Okay. All right. So we have other gifts to give out. So I'm going to just throw out some random questions. And so first and foremost, did anybody recognize who is the president of JPS? Ooh. All right. So the first person who can make their way here without damaging the video equipment and tell me the name of the president gets a prize. So once you can make your way, What's the name of the president?
Mr. Mitchell.
Huh?
Mr. Mitchell.
Who?
Mr. Mitchell.
Is he right? Sorry. Close enough, but all right. All right. Wait, let's see. All right.
Mr. Ramsey.
Mr. Ramsey? No! Oh. Come on up.
It's Mr. Michel.
Mr.?
Michel.
Mr.? Yeah, I give it a... No. All right, so it's actually, he's correct. It's Michel Gantois. Big up yourself. You did good. All right? Keep up the good work. Collect your gift. All right? So we had, while the event is a JPS Foundation hosted event, we had quite a few of other entities, other organizations that were a part. Could somebody make their way up here and just tell me the other organizations that were a part? Just make your way. Come on.
So you have Barita, which also includes Cornerstone. You have Arel, Fosrich. You have Wicon, Huawei.
All right, there isn't any more. Stop. You won. You did good. Congratulations. Congrats. Keep up the good work. All right. Oh, I'm in the picture also. Sorry. All right. So normally I tell people, do not allow me to do giveaways because I am not about the hard questions. All right? Questions are very easy. So another of the very easy questions that I'm going to give away is we had a presentation from Barita, a very good presentation. Round of applause. Now, this gift is for anybody who can just tell me one thing that you learned from that presentation. Just one thing. And the person cannot come from Cornwall College. That's all right. That's okay. All right, go ahead.
That Barita isn't just about saving money, it also helps with the future of how you can help investments from now. And investments are buying things that will help to make money later, correct? Yes.
Whoa. The man. The man even validated his answer. Great job. All right, so the next question, and we're moving along very quickly because, hey, we want to get in the dancing mood and all of that. Mr. DJ, you ready for it? You ready? All right, cool. So the next question is, could you just come and tell me two things that are synonymous with the JPS Foundation? If you can tell me two things about the JPS Foundation, we're in business. Two things. Whoa. All right. So how many gifts we have over there? 3. All right. And we have 3 persons. Come on up. So if we can do, it's as simple as that. 2. All right.
2 things synonymous with the JPS Foundation is empowering youth and taking care of the environment.
Whoa, 2 big things. Yeah. And for that? Yeah. So the JPS Foundation is big on protecting the environment, and we are big on empowering youths. The latest of our initiative was the at-risk youth project, Fresh Start JA, where we gave 37 at-risk youth an opportunity to go out there and be contributors to society. Yeah! Give it up! Yeah! I can do this. Okay. All right. So You have other things that we do? Right, cool. Tell us.
All right. So first and foremost, they want to make their customers happy. That is one, and then they want to build hydro plants.
Yeah, about that. All right. That's not JPS Foundation. That's not JPS Foundation. That's not JPS Foundation. That's JPS, but you're listening. You're listening, all right? What I'm going to do, I'm going to tell them to give you a extra chicken leg down in the, all right? All right.
First, they want to make Jamaica a better place, and they want to make the customers happy, and that they want they want what? They want to empower, empower the youths.
Yeah, it sounds good. Gift for him. Gift for my friend. A gift for my friend. Yes. Yes. All right, so my friends, we're at the end of the program. And Huawei. Our friends at Huawei have a gift. So
yeah, I know we're pressed for time, so I wanted to give some information, some background on Huawei, but due to the time, I'm probably just going to give away the gift. But Huawei is really a large company, global, and I hear the theme about innovation and R&D. So just a quick fact, Huawei is actually the second largest investor in R&D globally. Last year, we invested $22 billion in research and development. So to get to the question, Huawei has been present in Jamaica for quite some time, and we're now partnering with Fastridge on our digital energy initiatives. The question is, can anybody tell us how long has Huawei been present in Jamaica?
Hello, everyone. Huawei has been in Jamaica since November of 2007, so I think we're 15 years.
Wow. Thank you very much. Here you go.
all right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Picture. We didn't wear our good clothes for no reason. Picture. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. That is it. So now we have entertainment. So it's over to the music man, and you can also get your refreshment downstairs. All right? Thank you.
Hey, surprise them with a bang bang, left them with a bing bing. Everything my sing is a hit ting ting. Tongue a Frankie, my vice pan the rhythm tim. Bad mind coulda never stop my thing. Them say I did a one, but me still a win. Nah meds them, me I do me own thing. Me not too like the show boating, but the dumb money dog, yo keep me floating. Watch ya. Yeah, you know see me floating.
People, Ching is coming. Don't go away. He's coming to perform for you and me. Don't go. Alrighty. Thank you. Nah, makes them me and do me own thing. Me not too like the show boating, but the dumb money dog, yo, keep me floating, watch ya. Yeah, you know see me floating, when I float. Yeah, it's not a show boating, but a either. Yeah, you know see me floating like cloud. Yeah, it's not a show boating. Hey, we have a different style, so them can't this. The money dumping and load like string. Hey, colonna move like curry, so we can't miss. Left the Bringstone and Moby in a plastic. We set a link with NCB. Couple dog, yo, from coaching.
I have my house and I have my car. Have my drink and I have my bar. Have my peace and I don't want war. Have my riches, I don't need par. Got my money, I got my girl. Got my diamonds, I got my pearl. Got my things and I got my wings. And me fly every day, I'm the lord of wings. Everybody sing happiness. We not in nothing with stress. Gonna fake friend, gonna bad mind. We don't want no friendship from them. Sing again now. Happiness. Lego the bird, Lego the bird, Lego the bird, Lego the bird. Alright, rifle war, rifle war. Real, and I take certain dog. Rifle war, rifle war, rifle war. Make the dog them bark. Happiness, boy. We not in a nothing with stress. Gonna fake friend, gonna bad mind. We no want no friendship from them. Sing again now.
And I've been living fast life, but I see it in slow. Oh no, and you see my lifestyle, I got G's in the double. See many people there outside where they feed man's oboe. Oh no, and me I stand the defender like Joseph Yobo. But girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get even warning. If you fall in love, Kelly satin. You go to breakfast, I'm not capping. Can you see dripple, I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm on quest and feet, I just want it. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you, you go right. All I care for the night. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you, you go right. All I care for the night.
F-I-N-E-S-S-E, if it be the reason why your baba want to jealous me. If you want to take I'm serious, I do top speed. No fit to resonate, I'm on a different frequency. I don't think it's necessary. I be done with somebody that could do like me. Man, I be like Musala coming off the right wing. I cut to your defender, you no need to tell me. I'm a horse, finesse. And you know, send me, I must not. Now you can let I go carry go. If me, I got money past you. If you're not careful, finesse. You know, send me, I must not. Now you can let I go carry go. If me, I got money past you. If you're not careful,
happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you, you go right. All I care for the night. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you, you go right. All I care for the night. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you, you go right. All I care for the night.
I'm in a big mood. Call I feel you.
Audio check. Big up CJ Johnny Cool. Audio check 1 3. Johnny, hold on 1 second. Ease. Okay, peeps. So I just want to say good afternoon. My name is Super Hype. Of course, big up to the foundation and everybody and all the youths and the people sponsoring the event and all kind of excitement. But right now, Ching is outside, so they said they didn't have anybody to introduce him. So, of course, I'm just letting y'all know that we're ready to put him on the stage. All right? So, if y'all ready, just make some noise or something so we know that you're with us. All right, so we're ready for Ching peeps. Let's do this. Press play, Johnny.
Yo, Ching, anybody now do the dance here? Nasty.
Ching.
Run it.
Yo. Yo, I want new dance around the street again. Everybody just go and go tell your friend. We up at the name and the title. Everybody deaf to dumb, the blind and the cripple. And I don't know how JPS love it so. Everybody know. We up. And if you're not do the dance, you're in a handcuff again. We up. JPS Foundation, I'm Ching, and we're here to have a good time today. When you're ready for dance, let's go. I want you dance around the street again. Everybody just go and go tell your friend. We up at the name and the title. Everybody deaf to dumb, the blind and the cripple. And I don't know how JPS love it so. Everybody know. We up, still up, we up, still. And if you're not, come on, pull up. Come here with the energy. Come here with the energy. Super, run it again, Super. No, the energy. How far you go? We up? All right, you ready? Yeah, I'm general. Forward to the man. Yeah, man. Forward to man. Yeah, man. Ready now. New dance around the street again. Everybody just go and go tell your friend. We up at the name and the title. Everybody deaf to dumb, the blind and the cripple. And I don't know all this love it so. Everybody know. We up, still up. We up, still up. We up, still. And if you're not do the dance, you're in a handcuff again. We up, still up.
We up, stay up, Missy Beanie. All right, try the party now. Watch the party now. You ready now? Missy Beanie, are we up from night time to the up? Papi said chat some more bank books, stay up. Pampus I do it till him all angry up. Sadiki Bulgaria, spray up. Boy, see, them are we up on a stay up. Missy Pepper, them are we up on a stay up. JPS, them are we up on a stay up. And if you're not do the dance, you really not stay up. Ready? We up, stay up, we up. Well, I pull. Yo, she stay up. She stay up, right? Give her a round of applause. She stay up.
Oh my God, he's roping. That's dope.
All right, ready again. I'm going to teach you how to rope. So everybody know what we're doing on the stage right now. We're going to wrap up the rope first thing. Everybody inside, I'm going to wrap up the rope. Hold on, pull up. I know. Start the music for a second. Look around here. Everybody stand up roping. What go on right us now? This don't look good at all. This is not representing for the foundation.
Oh my God!
So everybody inside and when ready for rope? Make a rope. Ready, super.
Oh my God, he's
all right,
roping.
first thing we're going to do is wrap up the rope first, right? So everybody make a wrap up the rope. Yeah, wrap up the rope. Make a wrap up the rope. Super, turn it up, super. Wrap up the rope. Make a wrap up the rope. All right, I see you wrap up the rope now. We're going to aim for the target now. We're up in the air now. Ready? Rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Tell them to the rope. And I said that's dope. Rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Wall Street a rope and it. Pull the rope now. Whole place a rope. Swing your hand over your head, hold your hip now. Them a same time. Like said them hip now. Just watch out. Pull the rope now. See it now. Rope them from country, rope them from town. Mr. Wacky invent it and we take it run it on. Everybody want buy rope by the pound. Hand in the air now. Bring it out. Rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Tell them to the rope. And I said that's dope. Rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Let me teach you how to rope. All right, we are getting mad at the rope now. Everybody gonna jump on the rope now. Music Canada rope too. England a rope too. Germany them a rope too. Everybody here a rope too. JPS must a rope too. Missy Boys here a rope too. Johnny Cool them a rope too. No Japan ready. Rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Tell them super rope up. That's dope. Rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Let me teach you how to DJ rope. Let me teach you how to rope. Wall Street a rope and ain't no joke. Pull up. Rope up. I'm gonna rock the world now. I'm gonna rock the world now. Which way we're going? Left or right? You know, see say energy a lucky world. You know, see say cool kid a lucky world. You that a rocky world, ready? Take a flight and go and go lucky world, ready? Rock the world now, rock the world now, rock the world now. Dancers are rock the world, everybody know. Rock the world. Hold on, pull up. Pull up, more everybody fear rock. Hey, bossy, you see that? You see, stay right there, so don't put on the luggage. Because the basket they big like a luggage. Hold it there and same way. Watch him rock the world now. The dance is so easy, no bathroom training require. Run it again, super. All right, my general. We are rock the world right there. So we do. Everybody know, we're not going to watch him. Any direction him going, that's how we are going. Ready now. Yeah, let's see energy. I like it. While I pull up. One side there, rock the world. No, you go so and there you go so. You have a left and a right and left. You see me? All right, ready again. Run it. Yeah, rock the world. Everybody make a rock the world. All right, you ready now? Michelle, you ready? Ready now. You know, say energy. Hold on, pull up. Hold on, no, them rock in the normal. Them rock in the normal. Forward on the stage. Yeah, forward on the stage, but general. Yeah, man, them rock in the normal. No, they rock in the normal. No, them man, they rock the world, literally. They rock in the normal. Super, run it again. They rock, yo, general, forward too. They rock in the normal. They rock in the normal. All right. Where we are going ready now? You know, say energy a lucky world. You know, say cool kid a lucky world. Yo, Michelle, you that a lucky world. Ready? Take a flight and go and go lucky world. Ready? Rock the world now. Rock the world. Yo, super run it again. Run it. Rock the world. No. Anybody in there tell me so they can't rock the world? The boss are beating up bad. Everybody, ready now. You know, say energy a lucky world. You know, say cool kid a lucky world. Shakespeare, you that a lucky world. Take a flight and go and go lucky world. Ready? Rock the world now. 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 My dancers are rock the world. Everybody know. Rock the world now. 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 What more you walk with the rock? Walk with the rock now, mama. Ready now. Shakespeare dance is a rocky world. Where you do your rocky world like your rocky world. Ready? Me see enough of them a fight for the title. But dancing I miss a wacky world. Ready? Rock the world and mix it to the dab. Jesus Christ, what a dance bad. The girl them a do it cause the body bad. For your body good and your body never bad, girl. Rock the world now. Rock the world now. Rock the world now. Rock the world. Pull up. Pull up. The world a rock. All right, we're taking it back to basic now. Everybody know about Jiggy. If you don't remember Bogle, you know the dancer named Jiggy. So R.I.P. to Bogle and big up every entertainer who sing about Jiggy. So Ching is a dancehall time machine. We're taking it back to basic. So this dance named Jiggy. Super, ready?
All right. So them I say then.
All right.
Leave my fault. So
most of we grew up on the Jiggy. You want to start to do it?
After we go kick it up. Them go bite it up. Time machine. Them need for shockle.
Come on, Mr. Say you want to start it, man. Mr. Say you want to start it. Time machine. Mr. Say you want to start it. You ready now? Super ready. Everybody make a Jiggy. All our roses and jungle and do the Jiggy. Big people to the picnic, them a Jiggy. Oh, you feel say you can't Jiggy. All right, then watch color walk with the Jiggy. All our roses and jungle and do the Jiggy. Big people to the picnic, them a Jiggy. Yo, Mr. Foreigner Jiggy. Are you ready for the party? You remember Willie Bunks? This are for the bad man, this are not for punk. This are when you're sober, this are when you're drunk. You know feel the rhythm at home. Oh, you're not bunks. Yo, I keep couple conk. Yo, boys, double up the bunks. Who go set the dancing thing? I never dance. Guineas in hand, high grade in a lungs. What would do for days and months? Jiggy. Roll up. Yeah, we have to run out through the session. We'll run out through it first. You ready now? You're just ready now. What we done with it today, see? What we done with it today? You're gonna call us your gym. Ready?
Allah. So them I say then.
We're gonna make it dance. I wanna get Jiggy in a workout, so. Come on, let me be so.
After we go kick it up.
Jiggy, you ready now?
Them go bite it up.
All right.
Them need for
ready now.
shockle.
Dance out. All right. So now Jiggy now, you use one hand and you twist the foot on that style. Over dance. Ready? Everybody make a Jiggy. All our roses and jungle. Fling out your hand. Jiggy. Big people to the picnic, them a Jiggy. Oh, you feel say you can't Jiggy. All right, then. All right, bossy with the Jiggy now. Jiggy. Well, I'm like the one that's bossy. Jiggy. Big people to the picnic, them a Jiggy. Yeah, I like it. All right, I like it. Willie Bunks now. Who remember Willie Bunks? This are for the bad man, this are not for punk. This are when you're sober, this are when you're drunk. You know feel the rhythm at home. Oh, you're not bunks. So, I keep couple conk. Yo, boys, double up your bunks. Who go set the dancing thing? I never dance. Guineas in hand, high grade in a lungs. Ready now? For days and months. Jiggy. All our roses and jungle and do the Jiggy. Big people to the picnic, them a Jiggy. Oh, you feel say you can't. Yes, we're keeping it Jiggy. Yeah, man, we're keeping it Jiggy. All right, what we do now? They are JPS Foundation, right? Who remember this song? Watch your wire, watch your wire, watch your wire. Watch your wire, watch your wire, watch your wire. High voltage, high voltage. High voltage, ready now. Watch your wire, watch your wire, watch your wire. Watch your wire, watch your wire, watch your wire. High voltage, wire. High voltage, wire. The dancer ain't no come to expire. It act like when that I wanna fire. Watch your wire, watch your wire, watch your wire. Watch your wire, watch your wire. Watch your wire. Don't watch me. That dancer bust like a acne. Hard to deal with. Them can't stop with. The one that fresh out of the hit factory. We see Papi jump out of the 4 we are red. Killer fly past to the 5 one white. Watch your wire. Don't watch your next man ride. If you're not top wire, I better you go hide. Ready? Watch your wire, watch your wire, watch your wire. Watch your wire, watch your wire, watch your wire. High voltage, wire. High voltage, fire. The dancer in a come to expire. It act like when that on a fire. Watch the wire, watch the wire, watch the wire. Watch the wire, 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 watch the wire. Watch the wire, watch the wire, watch the wire. Watch the wire, watch the wire, watch the wire. Watch the wire, watch the wire. All right. Super, what is this now? We're gonna get there. I don't think we'll get there. Can't be done! Ready now! Get there! Get there! Get there! Over here, over there. Two places we gone, so we get there. Get. Yo, Pepe. No. Me not talk about later. Hold me hand like a Sunday cleaner. Yo, give me that teacher piece uptown so we make dancing more easier. The crocodile suit and shoes a fresh pair. If you see me, I must a big check there. I swear, but dancing my shoes start painting. Get there in me next year, Pepe. Get there. Get there. Over here, over there. Two places we got, so we get there. Get here. Anybody have a breadfruit tree at them yard? Anybody have a fight? Oh, you look like that. Pull up. That brother look like he come from some country. Which country you come from? You're from Jamaica. Then is that country same way? So, all right, Jamaica the country. All right, which parish you from? Kingston. You have family in any parish, any other parish? Don't tell me that, man. You must have a granny. Me not believe, man. You have a breadfruit here, yeah. They pick breadfruit and roast them. All right, far out of here. So show me where you roast the breadfruit. Super, run it, super. Show me where you light the fire. Who wants to say you light the fire? One of the man wants to say him light the fire and him roast the breadfruit. Yeah, man. All right, see breadfruit. This is the breadfruit. Make the fire on the breadfruit. Yeah, man, make the fire on the breadfruit. All right, say you deal with it. Why you gonna? You want breadfruit? Just tell me if you want breadfruit. You want breadfruit? All right, ready now. Roast it now. Ready now. Roast and fry. Yo, pull up. Oh, you, come here. Yo, you're next one. Boy, over here, so boy, you have phone and have video the whole place. You stand up, boy. Hey, come in, my brother. He might teach you for sure. He might teach you to do the dance. Yeah, boy, show the boss how to do it. Come and see how to do it. Ready, super, ready. All right, him look like him professional. You have family and country. Family and country. You have family and country. Which country? All over. All right, this man is an experienced breadfruit roaster. Ready? Breadfruit. You want breadfruit? Just tell me if you want breadfruit. You want breadfruit? Get it down. All right, ready now. Roast and fry, get it. Roast and fry, breadfruit. You want breadfruit? Tell man, mix it up now. Ready now. Now me a sign a blink. Them a come for the breadfruit limb. Ching a sing and everybody dancing. All girl too. We don't do the man pouring. Breadfruit and roast, everybody get around. So them love all the breadfruit zone. Watching at when this drop breadfruit up a race to a tone. Everybody breadfruit. You want breadfruit? Just tell me if you want breadfruit. All you, pull up. Hey, you and I polka that right there, so. Come here, you not get to it. No, you not get to it. You not get to it. Run by the breadfruit, super. The way I see you roast, me know say you roast breadfruit before. Super, run it. When I do this song for the breadfruit lovers, not just only dancing. So mama, more show me when you fire. Yeah, or you catch the breadfruit, or you put the breadfruit on the fire and everything. All right, roast it now. Breadfruit. You want breadfruit? Just tell me if you want breadfruit. You want breadfruit? Get it down so them called breadfruit. Watch it. Roast and fry, catch it. Roast and fry, breadfruit. You want breadfruit? All right, turn the breadfruit now. See that? Now me outside of me. Them a come for the breadfruit limb. She can sing and everybody dancing. All girls too. We don't do the man pouring. Breadfruit and roast, everybody get around. Pull up. She bad. Say she bad. Everybody say she bad. She bad. Super, what else we have over there? Next one, right away, my brother. Because we're here to perform. Come on, super, time is against us. What's you have there now? Ching. All right. Somebody can tell me the abbreviation for GOAT? What's the abbreviation for GOAT? What? Okay, I'm a GOAT. Only a GOAT know the GOAT. Only a GOAT know the GOAT. Only a GOAT know the GOAT. Man, only a GOAT know the GOAT. Yo, this I never joke talk. Money have to make some me go make a GOAT talk. Them a count sheep and a doze off. Me a count money pan a boat dog. Not you hear me say you for rope up. The GOAT you never yet in on a rope cause. Pan the color me a focus. The GOAT without rope never. Only a GOAT know the GOAT. Only a GOAT know the GOAT. Catch it. Only a GOAT know the GOAT. Only a GOAT know the GOAT. Nah, only a GOAT know the GOAT. Only a GOAT know the GOAT. Only a GOAT know the GOAT. You see that GOAT, yeah? You see that GOAT, yeah? G-O-A-T. Can't be a GOAT and lazy. Weed up in the Whistler, we are blazy. All-time GOAT like Jay-Z. Feeling like Khalid, the GOAT life solid. Bally up the plane, make it fly like rocket. Me no drive in a traffic, me no see how we top it. Oh, the GOAT fear argue with rabbit. Only a GOAT know the GOAT. Yo, one girl called me, I'm flying. I know me tell her, I say,
Static.
Me have a girl say she just flying. And I said that she want quarantine. So when me do, me give her the vaccine. When me do, me give her the vaccine. Have a girl come from a papa pee. And I say her boyfriend a shoot lean. So when me do, me give her the vaccine. When me do, me give her the vaccine. She woke up on the man a RG. And the boy now produce the scene. When me do, me give her the vaccine. When me do, me give her the vaccine. Come for your vaccine. Now your back RG. Kick out. Super. I know I tell her that I'm going to do maybe 5 songs, but the vibe of the place may have to do about 10 songs. I'm going to have no problem with that. We don't have no problem. Okay, so Super, can we buff them? Your IR is looking for it? Yeah. Okay. You don't have it? What you have there? Oh, you have to call in the money? Yeah, remember, Super, we have some more things you can do, man. Yeah. Is there? All right.
The youths, them fighting to get out of poverty.
The one are easier. It name call the money. So when you wake up in the morning, and you say a prayer to the Almighty, and you ask for blessings, Him just send all blessings your way. We could do this now.
You don't see money calling you.
Everybody involved now. The girl in the dance now.
Ching!
You know dance
Energy
now.
teach!
No. Help me,
No time.
Come here.
How about me get over it?
Can't call the money with me today.
Cause one cryptocurrency.
Come here, I get it. Take our phone. But just say, yeah, my bucket too. You must say nails, them very expensive. I don't want our phone for me. Take our phone. Somebody take our phone. She gonna call the money with me today. Baby, you see the dance move there? Super intermission. Take 50 minus 25. Take 50 minus 25, leave 25 minus 20, leave 5. All right, take 5, intermission, cut. Listen to what I'm saying to you now. Smart loan. Barita. What? Smart loan. Call the money. I are the perfect person up here right now. Everybody that answer him calling the money. No bathroom training, no choir. All we have to call out to answer and do so. Put out to answer and go so. You ready now, mama? You don't need bathroom for learn this. No bathroom training required. No wall mirror needed. Ready, let's go. Super, ready.
The youths, them fighting to get out of poverty.
Yeah, just put your motion in that.
You're gonna tell me that you don't love
money. Call the money, man.
You don't see money calling you. It takes money to make money, young man. Ching! Energy teach! Get the money a low crime. And the bird a low time. Look, make your money in a no time. Poverty me get over it. Scam cause one cryptocurrency. Cash, range and Bentley. Me get the money, but money can't do much. So when the money calling, I call it back. Call the money. Calling the money. Calling the money. Calling the money. Money can't do much. So when the money call, you have to call it back. Put your hand them out like you a get some. Your palm for your open and close. Disciple I work for the money and I say nah done it. The dollar them press them no fold. Champala calling the money, calling the money. Move to the beat, to the feet, nothing funny. Calling the money, calling the money. Move to the beat, to the feet. Call the money.
Pull up. All of the money.
We are for them a look.
Alright, come, no boom, boom, man.
Breezy.
That teacher you want to boom.
Are we go? If you get the product, it's a start and it's true.
Yeah, everybody, make a move them. I knew one this. Move. Ready? Alright, ready? Move them.
Then I rock. Then you move them. The move them. Kick on the foot them. Chongos, chankans, plan. What we did, pearl look. Then you move them.
He not take me nothing at all for me go boof them. Me we call energy making go boof them. Take where boy girl and go boof them. Feel
Pull up, yeah, boof. Everybody gonna get involved now. Yeah, man, everybody gonna boof them. Yeah, the last Sunday, right? Ready, boof. Let's say you're teaching I water. New upon the scene, name boof them.
Breezy.
Water can create the dance.
We go. If you get the product, it's a start and it's true.
Move them, then I rock. Then you move. Move them, then I roll. Then you move them. The move them. Kick on the foot them. Chongos, chankans, Brooklyn. What we did, pearl look. Then you move them.
He not take me nothing at all for me go boof them. Me we call energy making go boof them. Take where boy girl and go boof. No feel no way.
Pull up. Thank you very much. Respect, eh? Yeah, man, love the energy. Yeah, man, big up yourself, mama. She boof them. Yeah. Johnny Cool, I'm gonna left you out. Come in, my brother, man, can close it off. Johnny Cool, I can't leave you out. The years, I know you, man. Look how long me up, I'm gonna left you out. I never left you out yet. I never left you out yet, Johnny Cool. I never left you out yet, Johnny Cool. No, yeah, man, you can't walk. No, man, you can't walk, man. Make super holy phone. Johnny Cool, remember, I never left you out yet, you know. I never left you out yet. I'm a family for years. I'm not left you out here, so I left you out everywhere else. So I'm feel Johnny Cool, I never left you out nowhere else. So I'm feel left you out here, so. The brother over there selling a thick glass, so I jump. Yo, oyster, red shirt, forward. Yo, glasses. Yeah, you, forward. Cause you're happy over there, so I go on a baiting. Come give the people some of the moment on the stage. What Johnny Cool there? I wonder if it's a clash or I go on there now. Look how we, you know. I joke me, I make my boss. Come in, man. Where am I ready to go? Where you ready to go, my boss? All right, super. Run the move then. Everybody, I move for your move. Yeah, Johnny Cool. Get your move. Everybody ready now?
If you get the product, it's a start and it's true. Move.
Johnny Cool, where you go?
Move them, then I rock. Then you move. Move them, then I rock. Then you move them. The move them. Kick on your foot them. Chongos, chankans, Brooklyn. What we did?
Pull up, Johnny Cool. Press play. Press play. You're gone too fast.
Yo,
Breezy. Move on, you gotta sit down. You don't get to one yet. Ready?
If you get the product, it's a start and it's true.
Move. Everybody, JPS.
Move them, then I rock. Then you move. Move them, then I rock. Then you move them. The move them. Kick on the foot them. Chongos, chankans, Brooklyn.
He not take me nothing at all for me go
boof them.
Me we call energy making go
boof them.
Take where boy girl
and go boof them.
Me no feel no way at all. Come in
boof them.
You see me fresh to my foot and a boof.
Johnny Cool, you know you can dance, but you don't want to get an extra booking for the dancing part. Johnny Cool, I know you can dance. Me and mash up everywhere in the country. Not sure they upstairs up on the 50th floor, you don't want to dance. I joke, me, I make. Run by the booth them, or perform it again. You know, I will have vibe with the booth them. Everybody,
everybody
with the booth.
Yo, Breezy.
Yeah.
Done.
We go. If you get the product, it's a start and it's true. Move them, then I rock. Then you move. Move them, then I rock. Then you move them. The move them. Kick on the foot them. Chongos, chankans, Brooklyn. What we did, pearl look. Then you move them.
Me nothing at all for me go boof them. Me we call energy making go boof them. Take where boy girl and go boof them. Me no feel no way at all, cause me no look friend. Girl see me fresh to my foot and a boof. Girl see me in the Benz coupe and she never get the vaccine, so she won't get the choke.
Boof. We go. We should take a and get a sticker in the middle. Get a soup sack. From down so you know we go. Forward, we a go. Nah, look back. We have a make a load. Boof them. Boof them. The boof them. Kick on the foot them.
Intermission. Take 50 minus 25, leave 25 minus 20, leave 5. All right, take 5, intermission, cut. I mean the music for cut. I mean you for pack up and cut. Yeah, that may be. Yeah. All right. Give thanks to the fans who keep watch show the air. And friends who we did it from weapons to the tier. Sneakers will never have appear, now we'll make it we are share. We're not going to be ungrateful for daddy shed that year. From the day my born, my father said that I'm a star. At the age of 21, him smiled to see me in the star. People used to talk and say, we're not going to reach so far. Now we're all star from the carpet to the bikes to the cars. Everywhere I go, all I hear is ching, 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 ching. All I hear is ching, 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 ching. Whole heap of love. And whole heap of respect. Bless up. I've been ching, ching, and the squad. Yeah. So super. That is it, right? Praise the Lord, my brother. Amen.